I know. That's why I'm streaming. Oh, oh, oh boy. I'm aware. Oh, I'm so aware. This is wild. So wild. Like, oh my God, give me a second. I gotta set up YouTube. I wasn't ready to stream yet. You know what I was doing? I was working on a video that was literally going to be called Why Concord is My Game of the Year. I was just casually working on that video, and then people start tagging me with this. Yeah, it's not gone. They're obviously going to bring it back. Probably not even in, probably in somewhat near future. But yeah. You know what I should do? I should just watch my last stream or something. Yeah, this is there's gonna be a lot. Listen, I'm totally gonna obviously miss a lot of comments here. I don't know what I mean we're even gonna talk about, but I just wanted to Oh God. Yeah, Kenobi, that's kind of the spot that I'm in. Like this is the most frustrating thing I've ever seen happen. There is some fault to put on Firewalk and how they marketed the game because the people that the game is for do not know that this is the game for them. That this game's for them. That's like one of the biggest problems, obviously. That's yeah, that's fair. Then yeah, that like it's hard to tell like who makes decisions like that depending on what aspect you're talking about. You have to drag my cold dead corpse away from this game's servers, literally.
Next.
Wait, what? Why can't I hear? Oh, is my headset not on? Oh shit, I forgot to change my. Oh, this works. Did you hear that? Um, did that make noise when it played? You heard it? Okay. I'm going to um play my VOD from yesterday. Um, just give me a second. Give me a second. Of course, it's going to say Concord giveaway on the stream now. Well, I guess I'll cover that part up. That's funny. But I'm going to play my VOD from yesterday. Give me a second. Just so we're not staring at a blank screen. Window capture. There's going to be two of me now. I got to make myself bigger so that I cover myself up. Which also means there's not going to be audio, so, well, that's fine. Or, like, music or anything. There we go. Do I feel scammed? No. They're giving me my money back, and I literally don't want my money back. I paid for a game, and how long did I play it for? I played for 120 hours. Why would I want my money back? That's more than I play almost every game that I play. Like, that's a little bit inaccurate. I've probably played it for... I mean, I've played it for 100 hours, for sure. That's true. That's a good deal, then, yeah. I mean... Alright, so... I am playing a VOD from yesterday, if anybody's confused. And what I'm going to do is the chat, I'm going to make it even bigger. Well, I shouldn't do that. Let's just leave it like that. That's fine. All right. Welcome, everybody. I mean, yes, they should. They should be giving people their money back, especially for people that just bought it in the last few days. Obviously, that's like they shouldn't. How is it copium? Like, dude, people don't know how to talk. Calm down. Everyone is just so annoying. The people that talk like you just talked, you done goofed, is the reason that this game is gone. And I resent that. The gameplay does not suck. The gameplay is fantastic. I was literally making a video. I was in the process of writing a script for a video that I was going to post today or tomorrow. And the title of the video was Why Concord is My Game of the Year. And in the middle of me writing this script, people start pinging me on Discord. Being like, yo, look at this. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna get the refund. I mean, yeah, but people celebrating the like removal of a game, you literally have so many mental issues. I don't know what to tell you. You've got severe mental, like, go to therapy. I've been going to therapy the past couple months. It's made me a much better person in a very short amount of time, I'll tell you that. The reason for its takedown was that it wasn't performing nearly as well as it needed to. That's why. All right, there's some people that are just not interesting to talk to, so I'm just going to get rid of them. Do a little bit of moderation, please. Think about how you spend your time in your life and really work on being a better person. There's so much to talk about. You were trying to save up. No, I'm not talking to yes men. I am a completely reasonable and normal person, dude. I have complaints about the game. I have complaints about every game that I play. I play tons of different games, and I have a lot of perspective to bring to this game. I'm not just some person who literally has played the same 3 games for the last 5 years, who has no perspective on video games. Those people are what killed this game, because those people weren't interested in this, because those people had to spend money and they were like, shit, I don't have that. How am I supposed to play this? Well, this game's shit. This game's shit. Yes, this game's not going away. They've spent so many resources on it, and it's literally a fantastic video game. And it will relaunch in some other state. I really hope it's not free to play. If it is, that's going to be very unfortunate. This game failed because people are stupid and broke. I mean, I didn't say that, but uh I mean, that's more accurate than any of the other reasons people are giving. Oh, did it not say it's offline now? It's offline. It's offline in a few days. I didn't even read all of it. I just immediately went to stream. Is it still going for today? Oh, I didn't realize that. Fair enough. Okay. I honestly didn't even read that far. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll continue to play it for the next few days. That's, man, so crazy. Yeah, it's good that they're giving refunds, obviously. Thanks, Obama. This game flopped, Ruffle. Yeah, and it's actually the most depressing thing that I've ever seen in the video game industry because of it. This is this is literally, at this point, after playing it for 100 hours, it's the most enjoyable time that I've had playing an online multiplayer shooter. Do I think it would take a ton of work to make it single player? No. No, you want to know why? Because I've been saying that the reason that a lot of the marketing for this has failed is because, to me, this is a multiplayer shooter that is made for fans of single player shooters, which is me. I'm also a fan of multiplayer shooters. That's why it's really difficult to market, because the first thing you see is, oh, this looks like Overwatch. It is not like Overwatch. I can tell you, I have played Overwatch. I have played so many multiplayer shooters. I have played so many single player shooters and other freaking, literally almost every genre of video game. I've played tons of video games. People are incorrect about Concord. 100%. This is the most incorrect that the video game community has ever been about any video game, which is why it is so fucked that this game is in the state that it is in. All right. Obviously, there's a bunch of people that are going to show up that need to be banned. Please do something a little more productive with your life. Anybody that's here... I'm cringe as fuck. I'm cringe as fuck because I like video games? Thank you for following, by the way. Sam, Vinam, Keanu, and Derek. I'm cringe as fuck because I like all sorts of different video games and realize that this game is good because it's like a bunch of other really good video games. And it's not like Overwatch. So I'm cringe as fuck. Bro. Stop being 12. Thank you for the follow, CRTTJ. When I first see Concord, Overwatch never crossed my mind. My impression was it looks like Destiny. Yeah, it's more similar to Destiny, obviously. 80%? Oh, 90%. Yeah. I mean, it's like 95%, Benny. It's not going to completely disappear. Obviously. If this game completely disappears, then like I don't even want to play video games anymore. If this is what if the internet gaming community has the power to remove this game from existence, then like dude, that's a severe issue. You playing a lot of video games does not mean you cannot have a wrong opinion. I'm just giving you my perspective. Immortals of Avium? I didn't, no. You can't, no, because it's going through maintenance right now, and then after the maintenance, it's going to be up for a few days, and then they're pulling the game. Players are the market. If the market is not like the market, I'm telling you, the market the market that this game is for is not aware that this game is for them. And you can totally blame the marketing as part of that. The other part of to blame is the immense amount of hate that this game received that was unfair. These two things are both true. Heard about this game for the first time today. Wow. You're done with FPS PvP games after this. Game was genuinely fun for me, and there's still the animated shortcoming. True. Who is the game for that are not playing? Let me tell you. I will tell you. Okay. Again, what I was doing was I was writing a script for a video, which I was going to put out today or tomorrow, that was going to be titled, Why Concord is my game of the year this year. I will read you what I had already written. It's not like, well, I haven't edited it or anything, but this gives you, I want to give you some perspective for people that have no idea who I am. I feel like I have a good perspective on video games, and I know what makes a good video game. The beginning of my script will maybe give you a little perspective, because that was supposed to be the beginning of my video. So this was the beginning of the video that I was writing, which was why Concord is my game of the year. This is what I wrote. If you're coming into this video with any preconceived notions about the game or myself, please feel free to leave them at the door and come into this video with an open mind. You have no reason to trust me, but just humor me for a few minutes. So far heading into this year, or so far this year, my games of the year, like the top, have been Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Balatro. I don't know which one I was actually going to pick as my game of the year, but those are my top two. Outside of that, Stellar Blade and Another Crab's Treasure, also fantastic. And for the rest of the year, likely contenders for game of the year would be Astrobot, Wukong, which I haven't played yet, Mario and Luigi Brothership, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and Metaphor ReFantazio. Those are the games that I'm probably going to enjoy the most. I'm assuming they're going to be great. Concord, so far, is my game of the year. Here's some more context. Oh, Plecky Squire looks great. That's true. So, for context, my taste in games in general... Thank you for the follow, Aces. For context of my taste in games in general, which I think is important, so that you know that I'm not just some person that just like plays Overwatch all day and doesn't have a fair perspective to give this game. Here's my perspective. Context for my taste in games. Last year, in 2023, my favorite games in order: Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, Cobalt Core, Armored Core 6, Final Fantasy 16, Resident Evil 4 Remake, The Finals, Blasphemous 2, Dave the Diver, Wild Frost, Mario Wonder, Persona 5 Tactica, Lords of the Fallen, Sea of Stars, Ghost Runner 2, Spider-Man 2, Remnant 2, and Dead Space Remake. Yes, I played all of those to completion. Some of my favorite multiplayer shooters are Call of Duty from 2007 to 2010, Black Ops 3, Battlefield Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 1, Killzone 3, and Rainbow Six Siege's first couple years, which I believe is the peak of online shooters until now. Now, I'm thinking it's Concord. That's how good this game is. Hopefully, listing all these games tells you the perspective I'm coming into Concord from. You'll notice that I'm not interested in free-to-play shooters, and in general do not consider them very good. I'm also very anti-free-to-play, as I feel as though that monetary method does nothing but lower a game's quality. The only benefit of a game being free-to-play is that it allows a game to reach a bigger audience. Also, I'm not a fan of hero shooters, sci-fi, live service games, Marvel-ish things, or floaty-feeling games. I don't like any of those things, but I love Concord. Why? Because it's so good that all of those things that I don't like don't matter. That's my perspective coming into this game. And with all of that context that you just heard me talk about why I like, what kinds of games I like, Concord is one of the best that I've ever played. People are wrong. I'm literally totally willing to die on this hill. I don't care. Free to play. Okay. A game being free or not has nothing to do with the game's quality. I don't care. If the game was good, people would be playing it. Incorrect. Usually I agree with that. Concord is the single example that I have, literally the only example that is against that. I'm not coping. People are so funny. The servers aren't shut down, but I am just playing a VOD of me playing yesterday. I'm not saying that, like, everyone has to like the game, obviously. Hello, Scion. This is a fun time, isn't it? I can easily talk about this game for hours and hours and hours, and we can have a great conversation, as long as people are being genuine in the perspective they're bringing. I may not have, like, a giant reach. But I have a lot of perspective to bring from from playing a lot of different video games, and I know that I know what I'm talking about. The grifters and bigots are small and loud minority. I don't think they had a huge influence on the success. It's part of it. There's a lot of parts to it. The thing is that everyone's trying to, like, there's so many people that are trying to be like, this is the reason, and I'm like, no. There's not a single reason. Why the amount of people that are pretending that there's a single reason that Concord is now being taken off, like that it's had all these issues, you're all wrong. Anyone who is trying to say that there's one reason is incorrect. Matangi, the only reason that I'm doing that is because I know there's a lot of people that are coming from a perspective and just judging this game at a surface level. So I'm trying to make sure that people know that I'm not judging it from surface level, and I'm telling people not to do that, because there's obviously a lot of people that are doing that. Yeah, I agree. I posted in my review that my one main negative of the game is I didn't like the character designs. I agree. Matangi, that's not what I'm trying to say. I feel like I have to overextend that. I'm not farming for ad revenue. Oh my god. Why does everyone just have the worst assumption? Like, everyone just makes the absolute most negative assumption about everyone else. Why am I watching a replay? Because I want to actually talk about the game, so I'm just playing my VOD from yesterday. I want to have a conversation with people, so I don't want to distract myself by playing it. It has not been confirmed if it's going free to play. Tome Kit, this is the only time I have ever felt like this in my 28 years of playing video games, and I've played a lot of video games. Every video game that I would consider... Listen to this. I feel like this is important. Every video game that I would consider a 9 out of 10 or like a 10 out of 10, genuinely, of which there's probably like 100 or so of them, every single one of them, except Concord, is widely accepted and praised by the, like, on average in the gaming community. Every single one except Concord. So I'm just like completely wrong in one case, but I have like similar understanding of what makes a game good in 99% of cases. No, I don't think so. Also, that is also true. People that were... Yes, I was... You know how much I've been harassed? I just don't care. You can harass me all you want. It's funny and sad. But,
Next.
it's not a 5 out of 10. That's so hilarious. Oh my god. It didn't hit the right gamers. That's 100% Gronk. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Samurai. The game clearly didn't hit the right gamers. That's all. 100%. 100%, which is partially an issue with the marketing. Clearly, the first thing people saw is this looks like Marvel, this looks like Overwatch. The Marvel connection, I understand. I don't like Marvel, so that is actually a put-off for me, but I looked past it. I don't really care for Overwatch, but I looked past it because I was intrigued by the way they were talking about it. So I was actually willing to give the game a chance. And now that I've played it for 100 hours, I'm like, this game is nothing like Overwatch. This game should not be marketed towards the people that are just playing Overwatch. This game should be marketed to people who like Destiny, Halo, Vanquish, like BioShock, Call of Duty, Horizon, Returnal, Doom. It's not my game. What do you mean my game is dead? Lawbreakers I never played, but I do think that there might be a connection there. I've seen that connection made a few times. Vanquish is a name I haven't heard in a while. Yeah, part of the video that I was going to make is that there's a certain character in this game that makes it feel when you're playing as him like you're playing Vanquish. This game is good because it feels incredible to play, and once you use the crew mechanics to actually beef up your characters after you switch through them, you realize how like deep the mechanics are and how well they work together. And it makes me reminded of like interactions that I have when I play something like Vanquish or Infamous or Horizon or Control or BioShock. It doesn't remind me of free-to-play shooters. Correct, Furious. Correct. That is absolutely correct. The crew bonus needed to be very much so explained, and it was not. People that played the beta didn't know how to play. I played the game for 6 hours before I knew how to play it because somebody told me I was playing it wrong. And then I started playing it differently, and then I was like, holy shit. This game is so good. Lawbreakers is Unreal Tournament with Heroes. I've heard people that have, like, I haven't played Unreal Tournament either, so I wouldn't know that comparison, but there's been people absolutely compare this to Unreal Tournament that have actually played it. It's not slower than Halo. I promise you it's not slower than Halo. You have to earn the perk bonuses by switching characters. And the game speeds up by like 30%. Why would somebody that plays Call of Duty or Halo play this over those games? Because it's genuinely, first of all, it's new. Why don't you want to play something new and different? I never understand that. Why would you rather play the same game for the next year than try something new? That's such a wild take to me. New doesn't necessarily mean good. In this case, new does mean good. New alone doesn't mean good, obviously. I know. I didn't say that. Why do people just take something I say and then turn it into something else? New is part of what can be good and interesting. It doesn't really look like... Okay, Kin, it doesn't look... I agree. This is the problem. Just by looking at it, you can't tell. It looks similar to other things. It does not feel like the things that people are comparing it to, is the problem. The game had an open beta, and Firewalk did not explain how to play the game properly, so everyone was not playing the game properly. That is where Firewalk's blame comes in. It's so obvious to me watching this game for the past 2 months exactly how it has like what the missteps of Firewalk were, what the missteps of Sony were, and what the missteps of the general gaming community were. Which there's fault in all three of those things. I look like I'd play Concord. Right. That makes sense. I was going to play it today, Leviticus, but at this point, I don't know. I think we're just going to have a lot of conversations. How it was being played versus how it should be played. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what your intent with that comment is, but that's genuinely, I think, a huge issue. You have to play it in a certain way, which is that you need to switch characters. Okay. Also, the term hero shooter is such a detriment to this game. Such a detriment to this game. It's so unfortunate that people will not stop just hammering that term. It's part of what makes up this game, but it is not the core of this game. But you would only know that if you've played it for a significant amount of time and understand how it works. I do not like hero shooters. I have not thoroughly enjoyed any other hero shooter that I've played, but I love this game. If I was just some random person that wasn't paying attention to this game and somebody just was like, hey, there's a new hero shooter out, I was like, okay, I'm already tuned out. I'm not even listening to you. I don't care. I don't want to play it. That would be my perspective. But instead, I gave it a chance because I was interested in the way that they were describing how they cared about the game feel, which is the most important thing to me. It is partially a hero shooter. It is also partially an action game. It is also partially an arena shooter. This game, the way the game feels to play reminds me more of single-player shooters like Returnal, Doom, and Control than it does of any multiplayer shooter, except maybe like Destiny 2 and a little bit of Call of Duty. If you're going to ignore what I'm saying, that's on you. I have played Doom. I played Doom and Doom Eternal. They're fantastic. And this game absolutely reminds me of them. Anybody who's just writing off what I'm saying and pretending like I'm lying, like why do you even know how to have a conversation? Apparently not. This is why this game can't succeed, because everyone just wants to tell me that I'm lying. Except for the people that are willing to actually try it out and realize that I'm not. Anybody who's reasonable can hold a conversation. In what way is it like Doom? The reason it's like the two most recent Dooms is that it is very fluid. All of the animations are very like satisfying, and like the way that it feels to shoot a gun and the way that the way that you feel the impact when you do it reminds me of something like Returnal and Doom. I don't believe it. Yeah. Yep, I'm just lying. I'm just straight up lying. I said nothing of substance. Holy, this is so funny. Man, there's a massive issue in the gaming community, isn't there? It does look Doomish. I wonder, especially when I'm using Starchild. Here, let me go to Starchild. He's the most Doom-like character. There's got to be footage of him in here somewhere. Playing as Starchild feels like you're playing Doom with a shotgun. I'm not exaggerating. Where is he? I usually use him a lot, so that's weird I can't find him. Where the fuck? There we go. Anybody who didn't play the game doesn't have anything of value to add to the conversation, obviously. As with any game, you can't just judge things by looking at them. Especially games that are action-oriented. It's about what the game feels like. That's the most important aspect. Oh, God. Like, it has to be mostly children that are commenting, right? I hope so. A 31-year-old child. Oof. All right. Okay. Anybody that's like going the woke and DEI route, like, come on, get control of your life. I'm just gonna ban you. You're not contributing anything to the conversation. I'm not insulting you. I'm being defensive about the game because people are being extremely aggressive towards it. No, actually, so there you go. I don't know how to say your name. What is it? Day A end? I don't really know. D3. You said, what did you say? Isn't this game targeted for a younger audience? No, I think that's the problem with the marketing is that what this game, it should be marketed at like 25 and older because it more so harkens back to older like shooter game design, and it costs money, which obviously is cutting out children from the equation. It was not supposed to be marketed to like literally everyone and that everyone can get in on it. Obviously, that's why they charged money for it. This game absolutely would appeal more to people who have been playing video games for like 20 years and like older shooters. 100%. This game should not have been this, like, curious what the crew mechanic is because I never played the game and my impressions from the reveal trailer and the little gameplay before I lost completely was hero shooter Destiny with terrible character designs. So the way that the most of the issues the characters, I mean I agree, the characters are the least, like the biggest issue that I have, like the only issue that I have. Correct. It looks like Guardians of the Galaxy at first. I don't like Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't like Marvel. I just straight up completely looked past that and didn't care because that's not important to me. I know children are a target audience for a lot of studios. That's what I'm saying. This game shouldn't have even remotely been like appealing to the Fortnite, Overwatch, Valorant crowd. It should be appealing to the Halo, Destiny, and single player shooter enjoyer crowd. That's who this game is for. And they don't know that this game is for them. That's the problem.
G.
There's not many better games in this genre. There's not. And this game, to me, this game is almost like in its own unique, like, new genre, like subgenre. I would call Concord, if I'm going to create a straight up new genre to try to explain this game in like a few words, what I would call this game is a character action FPS. That's what I would call it. I would not call it a hero shooter. That's one aspect that you could pull from it, but what I would call it overall, if I'm going to call it one thing, it's a character action FPS. Because it's all about like movement and dodging, and it feels more like something like Returnal and Control. It's the hero shooter is part of the, it's like a subgenre that comes off of it. Yes. Yes. But I would not just straight up call it a hero shooter that's doing a lot of damage to, that obviously did a lot of damage to the game, because people are like, I don't like hero shooters, or we already have hero shooters. And I'm like, yes, I agree with both of those things. I don't like hero shooters either. I didn't get rated. No, I don't even know how many people are here. Holy fuck. There's so many people here. Jesus. Okay. I shouldn't have looked at that number. Oh God. I'm going to miss so many comments. I'm sorry. That was one of the issues with the game. Yes. There's literally like 7 different angles that is the problem with how the game was received and the marketing with it. Go for 12 hours? I might. There's a lot of conversation to be had about this game, and I'm totally willing to have it, and I'm totally reasonable. I'm willing to have these conversations as long as people are being genuine in what they're saying and they're not just being shitheads. What makes it different from a hero shooter? You said it also has parts of arena shooter and action games. Don't other hero shooters also fulfill those criteria? I guess what I'm saying is it prioritizes those things more over what the aspects of a hero shooter would bring to it. Like, to me, it's like action game first. It is a hero shooter, yeah. It feels more like Valorant. So, okay, but it does not feel anything like Valorant. That's what I'm saying. I literally went and played Valorant for the first time a few days ago to go and test out what it felt like to play the game. You're like, it's a very stiff game compared to this. This game is insanely smooth and like dynamic. The game is very fun. This is the best shooter I've played in years. The last time I enjoyed a shooter as much as this is the first couple of years of Rainbow Six Siege. Sion, feel free to like ban anyone who's literally just trying to provoke negativity and like negative responses. Just straight away. It's just boring. Yeah. Listen, I can very easily explain genuine questions that people have about this game very easily. What kind of niche do you think Sony was aiming for? I think they didn't know what to do with it. I think they still don't know what to do with it. They have an incredible video game on their hands, and they literally don't know what to do with it. And they try to do too many things at the same time. No, I'm mad because people are not putting respect on a great shooter. This is, like, the most offensive take that the internet has ever had about a video game. Anybody who's just intentionally being a shithead in chat is going to get banned. I want to have actual, genuine conversations with people. Do something more productive with your life, please. If I had to fix things with the game, what would be 3 things you'd do? In what way? It would depend on what you mean by that. Do I think the games industry will learn anything? Unfortunately, I think that the only things that people are going to learn from this are all like the wrong things. There's nothing. The only thing like that actually makes sense that you could learn from the way that this game has failed to reach its audience is that they didn't know what how to reach their specific audience. I just don't want the chat to be filled with like hate and shit, because that's just annoying. Free to play sucks, and it's literally depressing.
Next member of the team. G.
It's quite literally depressing that we are in a place in the video game industry that a game that is this good can't succeed just because it costs money. Like, the amount of people that are using that as the reason, that really sucks. This game deserves to have $40 spent on it. It's a genuinely great game. Just like every great single player game. Why, just because it's a multiplayer game, is it not worth money? That's such a wild take. I don't know why everyone's conforming to this opinion. Just because other games that are multiplayer go that route and have been going that route does not mean that everything should be forced into it. Squancho, that's part of it. There's so many angles to what the issue with this game is. There's literally like 7 different, completely different reasons that this game is in the state that it's in. And like all of them are going to take like an hour to explain. So this is a very difficult conversation to have. Did it have a battle pass? No, it didn't. Best comparison is Destiny 2. The combat's the same, theme is similar-ish, charging 40 to 50 for something that's offered by a free-to-play base edition, at least with a huge player base, means the game won't pull many new players. It's unfortunate. I think that this game, but it just... The Concord just feels so much better than everything else. It's wild. Is the game worth $40? Absolutely. It is. I'm not saying leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone. Did I ever say that? No. It doesn't matter who made this. There's another... Yeah, I'm playing a VOD of me playing the game yesterday because I'm not going to be able to split my attention between playing the game and engaging with the chat. So, yeah. Well, I mean, it did matter that it was made by Sony because that's one of the angles that this game got shit on for. Free-to-play is much better for multiplayer so you can get the highest player base possible. See, but I don't like that because it's abusing people that are going to spend an exorbitant amount of money on a game. I'm not a fan. And again, the only benefit that free-to-play brings to a game is that it can reach a bigger audience. That's it. That's it. That's the only benefit of something being free-to-play. Otherwise, it either has no effect or, more than likely, it's a negative impact on the game. They said they're not doing a battle pass ever, but they did said they were going to implement a story. And I was concerned about how it was going to be implemented, and if it was implemented poorly. Slow mode? Oh yeah, you could do that, Scion. I forgot that existed. I've never had to use that. Who's behind me? It's me. I'm playing a VOD of me playing the game yesterday, just so that there's gameplay on screen, but I want to like pay attention to the chat, so I'm not playing myself. The game looks bad from outside. I listen, that I don't agree, but I understand how people could think that looking at it. 100%. I think it has a presentation issue. It's somewhat reasonable to understand why someone would just look at it and be like, I don't like that, it's not for me. I understand. What I'm telling you is that it's likely you're incorrect, because I also would have felt the same way. I agree, Glonk, but the thing is, no matter what, I don't like free to play because it always brings negatives to the game that it's attached to. Man, people don't know how to think past surface level at all. They have to, if a game is free to play, they have to charge out the ass for microtransactions and really push people towards them. And also, you're going to have cheaters, and also, you're going to have a bunch of people playing the game that are just. You're going to invite a lot of negativity into the community, which the community for Concord has been fantastic. Why? Because it was pretty small, and the people that actually wanted to play the game were playing it. That's fantastic. The multiplayer games that I've enjoyed the most, or like the communities for multiplayer games that I've enjoyed being in the most, were games that had literally less than like 500 people playing them. So that's like, I love that. And obviously the budget for this game made it so that that's not possible. I understand that. That's where a lot of this, like, where a lot of these conflicting problems come in. No, I never had issues finding matches in the games I'm talking about. Oh my god, man. People, the amount of people that have no safe space? What? I said nothing about a safe space, dude. The people, it's so clear how many people have no perspective to bring to this conversation. My perspective is that free to play equals bad. I mean, yes, that is one of my perspectives. He's spoken before about not liking how free to plays decrease the quality of the game by using predatory tactics to get as much money as possible from their user base, since the game isn't making money on its own. Correct. At least if you make money up front, you have something to like sit on in the first place, so that you don't have to feel as desperate to like rake people for everything that they're worth. Every free to play game that I've engaged with has like just frustratingly bad menus in the first place, just presentation wise. What game quality issues do you feel like the game should fix to come back? The Black Woods, the thing is that the game doesn't have issues. Like, there's a couple little things. There's been a couple glitches. They've patched them. The game is the most polished I've ever seen a multiplayer game launch at in recent years. There's literally like barely any balance issues and no glitches and no like performance issues. Maybe on PC, I've heard people say. I didn't play it on PC. The menus for Concord are awesome. They're colorful, poppy, and they're not pushing you towards spending money on something. The younger generation is going to ruin gaming for everyone. That's kind of what it that's what I mean, that's part of the issue going on here, obviously. Obviously, most of the people that are like angrily commenting are children. Obviously. You can tell by the way people talk. Not even just angrily, just like strictly being negative and like not listening to anything that I say and trying to like argue with everything that I say. Obviously, it's children, which is why I'm trying not to engage in that shit. See, like, Concord did worse than Redfall. You are 12. Bye. Why play this over TF2? That I don't, because my personal answer to why play this over TF2 is because this game feels incredible to play and I don't want to play a game that's 20 years old. Like, that's my personal answer. Because I like playing new games. And I like experiencing what the industry has to offer and how games innovate and iterate off of each other. Someone who has an opinion that you don't like and they're automatically a child, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the way that people are delivering opinions determines whether or not I think they're being childish. Blackwoods, I'm telling you, this is the literal single case in the entirety that I've played video games for 28 years. This is the only game where it is truly not the game's fault that it's not succeeding. It is marketing's fault. It is the way people are talking about it, and it is the way that they onboarded people into the game so that they didn't know how to play it. Those are the reasons. And like the negative way that people are just are going out of their way to shit on the game so that nobody can see the positive comments. Those are the reasons for this game's failure. Do I think people are burned out on hero shooters? Maybe. Yes, 100%. Me too. I don't like hero shooters. I love this game. The fact that everyone just keeps slapping the label hero shooter on it, and that's the only thing they call it, and then they move on from the conversation, is why people think it's just a hero shooter, and it's not that. It is partially, technically, a hero shooter. That's part of the reason this game is struggling to the point that it's literally disappearing now, because everyone thinks it's just a hero shooter, and it 100% is not.
You're allowed to have opinions, just don't go trashing on other people's opinions. Give the game an honest chance before going into a Twitch chat to insult it.
True that. How does it differ from other hero shooters? I mean, that's a very, like, it would take me a long time to answer that question, but I mean, I can. I've made videos on this game. I've made a few videos on this game that kind of go into all those details on my YouTube channel, if you're curious. The main thing is how the crew mechanics work, which is very, very important to understand. Basically, okay, for anybody who's completely unaware, who's my favorite hero, my favorite character was probably Starchild. But the thing is, what this game did is that it made me like a lot of almost all of the characters, which I never like in any game. It's not worse than the free ones. Oh my god. Oh my god. People. Time for war again? Yeah, unfortunately, people don't want to have fair conversations. People, there you go. I like that comment. I got that fire. People that enjoy watching a game fail don't understand that this has a butterfly effect that impacts the future of the entire gaming industry. That is why I've been focusing so much on this video game, because it represents so many things that are wrong with the way that people talk about video games. Like almost everything. It represents literally like every issue. Tuscany, no, I just think that the game didn't reach the market that it was supposed to, and the people that this game is for don't know that this game is for them. I'm not refusing. Okay, I'll elaborate. I'll elaborate on why the game's different. Just give me a second. Talking too much. Let me explain the game to you. I'm going to see if I can open the game. I'll explain the game. I'm just going to stop reading chat for a minute and I'm going to explain the game. What is the target audience for this game? To me, the genuine target audience for this game is people who enjoy Destiny 2, Vanquish, Infamous, Returnal, Control, Armored Core 6, BioShock, Titanfall 2, Doom. That's the target audience for this game. And no, they don't know that. It is a wide variety because the characters are so different from one another that it feels like each character is brought from a different action game or a different shooter and then put into this game and then like evened out and somehow balanced. It feels like Super Smash Brothers in that way. Yes, you can reduce it to the term hero shooter if you want. If you want to completely ignore everything I said and reduce it to 2 words, feel free. Why do you think you're making a point just because you reduced what I said to 2 words? It's so funny. Is the big robot guy the AC6 character? No. And what I mean by when I compare it to games is either there's something very specific that feels like one of those games, or what I'm saying is the way that I would describe those games is similar to the way that I would describe Concord. As in, the first thing that I would say when I describe a game like Returnal or Armored Core 6 would be, this game feels incredibly smooth to play, and every action that you do in the game is very satisfying. That's the first thing I would say about Concord. That's the first thing I would say about Doom. That's the first thing I would say about Returnal. That's the first thing I would say about Titanfall 2, etc., etc., etc. That's why I'm comparing them. Game feel is the most important part for me in a video game, and this game nails it. And that's not something that you can see by looking at it. And it's not something... Why not play Doom then? Because I like to experience new games. I don't understand that kind of comment either. I like to play new games all the time. I play like between 10 and like 30 different games every year because I like to experience new games. Never am I gonna just stick with a single game. That's not interesting to me. If that's what you want to do, that's totally fine. I don't play games like that. If any of that mattered, the game would have sold well. No, because the people that... I know for a fact, because I've seen it happen multiple times in my stream. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to tell you why this game is unique and special. Give me a second. I'm going to pause my VOD. Go back to the actual game. And need this a little smaller. Alright, let me explain to you why this game is interesting. For anyone who genuinely has an open mind, let me explain why the game's interesting. Now I'm just doing the marketing for them. Apparently. Alright. What is interesting? The core pillar mechanic of this game is what mostly makes it interesting. which is that all of the characters have a certain I guess role, but it's not directly comparable to what you would consider roles in a typical hero shooter. You need to like, it's a little bit different than that, because first of all, every character is designed to be a damage dealing character first. That's very important. So no matter who you're picking, you can like win a 1v1 with pretty much any character against any character as long as you outplay them. So that's like the first point. So no matter who you're playing as, you like you have either your weapon or your abilities allow you to actually like win gunfights and shit. So technically, though, at the same time, you have different character classes. I should make myself smaller now that I'm not showing. You also have different character classes. I'm just going to remove the chat. So these first two characters are anchors, which is similar but not identical to what you would call a tank in a different game. These next two characters, Deveers and Starchild, are also kind of tanky, but they are more mobile, and they have the point of them is to like break up fights basically. Then you have these three characters who are the Haunts, which are basically like the speedy characters that are good at distracting the enemy or getting away from the enemy, or like various other things. Then you have the next few characters, which I forget what their title is. What are these called? Ranger. Okay, the Ranger, which are just like the most like balanced gunners, I guess, who also have abilities that do different things though. These are like the standard gunners, but I haven't gotten to like the actual unique part, by the way. I'm still getting there for those that are waiting for me to get there. I want to explain this first. So then you have the Rangers, which is Duchess, Jabali, and Teo. Teo is basically straight up out of Teo is the character that I liken to playing Vanquish. He's the most similar to what it feels like to play Vanquish. And he feels like he's also straight out of Call of Duty. Jabali is actually a healer, but he's also a very, like, a good gunner, because they all are. They are all good at, like, killing other enemies, the enemies. So, and then you have tacticians, which are kind of characters that are good at, like, placing things around the map. Ban woke. I mean, not really, because I'd rather just ban all the people that are saying it. It's much more, Anyways, so Daw, Kips, and Lark are good at, like, placing things around the map. And it's very important to remember here that one of the more unique qualities about this game is that there is anything you place around the map does not go away until it is destroyed by the other team. So that goes for, let's see. Daw can place healing pads. Daw can place energy shields that you can't shoot in or out of on either team. Kips can place cameras, basically, that, like, ping people when they run through them. And then Lark can place spores on the ground, which, like, buff your team and debuff the other team when they're around them. So all of these characters are characters, they're in the same class, the Tactician, and what they do, basically, is put... Was I a Mercy main? I played Overwatch 1 for, like, a month. It was alright, and then I moved on. No, the characters are not cool. I agree. That's my biggest knock on the game, is that the characters are not cool. I agree. So anyways, so it's very important to remember, even in the mode where there's rounds, the things that are placed on the ground stay. It's also important to know. And then you have Hamar and Lennox and Vale, which are, what is their title again? The Warden, which are basically like, they're basically the characters with the highest single damage, like, individual shots. And they can be very powerful, but they also have different roles. Vale's a sniper, Lennox has a hand cannon. And Hamar has like a flaming crossbow. Anyways. So, why is there multiple of the same character? The way that this game works, so here's one of the other unique aspects. You, by using a character, over time they add more of these, they're called variants. By using a character, you unlock variants of the same character, which means that one of their perks is like changed. So you're actually able to play a different, the same character, but in a slightly different way. So, using Lennox as an example. Is it a gacha game? No. So Lennox as an example, his one bonus, which is the one at the top there, the dodge reload, which I love, which I believe is also in Destiny. So his first variant, all of this other stuff remains the same except the dodge reload. That changes with a different variant. Man, there's so many people just being complete morons in the chat. Yikes. The dodge reload is the initial variant. So it's very simple. It's just when your gun is expended any of its ammo, if you dodge, it reloads itself. But the variant for Lennox, once you unlock that, you can play it a little bit different way. A little bit of a different way. Which is that he just has a longer magazine on his weapon. So now you don't, it makes interactions with him a little bit different depending on what his variant is. And that's just what his is. Teo's is a little bit different. So his first variant is that after you dodge, you're a little bit faster. But if you use his second variant, you have an extra grenade and you also have extended magazines. You have a longer clip on your weapon. So that's variants. So variants are things that are added over time, and each character is going to have multiple at some point. That was the intent. Yeah, they're basically like different perks. But, okay, so all of that, there was a couple different things in there that are kind of unique to this game. Now, here's the main thing that is unique. This is the main thing that is unique and what makes the game fantastic. This is the most important thing. And some people are going to initially claim that they don't like this because it doesn't like conform to the way that they want to play a hero shooter, which, I mean, that's fine. I probably would have agreed with you in the first place, but now that I've played this game for 100 hours, I actually really, really, really like the way that this was implemented, and I think it is what makes the game good. It's like number 2 reason the game is fantastic. Number 1 is it feels incredible to play. Number 2 is because of the crew system and how it changes the match over time. So every match is like very different. So here's how this works. So I said all these different classes. You have the anchor, which is these two. So the anchor, which is these two. So what this means is that if you pick one of these two, Amari or one off, what you get is what you see, the crew bonus at the top right, increased healing received. So that means after you use one off, after you die with using one off, so if you pick him first, every character you use afterwards receives increased healing from all aspects that you can be healed from, whether that be another teammate or the health pads that are around the map. I don't actually like that one that much, but everyone's a little bit different in terms of what crew bonuses they like to use. So that's what you get if you use one of these two characters. Then, if you use one of these two characters, De Veers or Starchild, what you get is faster dodge cooldown, which is very good because dodging in this game is very important, and it feels fantastic to do, by the way. It feels like... and all the characters have like really cool different animations for their dodges. It's very smooth. And then this is the most important one to me. There's not a stamina bar now. What the most important one to me is the haunt. So you have these three characters that are the haunts, which are just like the speedy characters basically. And what they do, which is the reason that I use these characters first, I always use a haunt first, because to me, I like to improve the speed of my character first. Because I do agree that if you don't do this, the game feels a little bit slow. I agree. But I use a haunt first, and then once I die with my first character, it had an open beta, but people didn't know how to engage with all this different stuff. And it was being clouded in negativity for outside reasons. Like you're seeing the people that are coming in here and in the YouTube chat being like, bro, why are you playing this woke nonsense? Blah, 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 blah. That's all that the comment sections were filled with. Yes, they're passive buffs. Yes. So improved mobility. So you move faster and you like climb things faster. Then you have the next few characters, which are the Rangers, which what they do is they give you improved weapon recoil, which essentially just makes you stronger.
Next.
Basically. It's pretty obvious. And then another very important thing, Daw, Kips, and Lark, after you use them, all of the characters that you use have faster reload speed, which is fantastic. And then if you use Hamar, Lennox, or Vale, what you get is longer weapon range. Yeah, the crew system is the most important and interesting and unique part of the game. It's number one. What I place over it in terms of why I like the game so much is how the game feels to play. That's the number one thing. Number two, crew system is fantastic. Why is it fantastic? Because what it does is that it makes every match very unique and different, and it makes it so that you never quite know what you're dealing with. You don't know if, even if you're running across a character, first of all, you don't know if that character is like, at a glance, if they are, what variant they're using, and you also don't know what buffs they have. You don't know what you need to do necessarily to outplay them, so it allows for very dynamic interactions every time. And what it does is that from the beginning of the match to the end of the match, it slowly ramps up. By the end of the match, everyone is like way more powerful. And it's a very interesting ramp in speed as the match goes on. Not just speed, but like damage output. So from beginning to end, it's a very different game. And everyone's constantly switching characters throughout the match, which is very cool also. Which is why, again, each individual match like feels extremely unique. So that's why all of these systems and how they interlock works so well. So that's my explanation of why I think this game is fantastic. But to experience all of that, you can't just look at the game. You have to play it, which is why I think that what they need to do, for sure, 1,000,000%, 100% agree, they need to have free trials, which is, I think, what they're going to like do. I hope they don't just go pure free to play, because I just dislike everything about free to play. So I hope that they don't feel like that, like they desperately need to go that route. Because free to play sucks, and free to play is like one of the worst things that has happened to the gaming industry. I totally disagree about best games being free to play.
It's the
Next.
member of the DG crew.
You can name a lot of free to play games better than this. Did you play this for a significant amount of time and understand how it works? The games that I compare this to are other games that also cost money, not free to play games. The fact that we're in a place where people are majority defending microtransactions is insane to me. Name the games I compare the game to. The games that I genuinely compare how this game feels, keyword, not looks, but feels. The games that I compare how this game feels. Doom 2016 and Eternal. Returnal. Control, Titanfall 2, Vanquish, Horizon Zero Dawn. It gets faster as the match progresses, as I was saying, because the first character I use gives me the movement boost. I think that they could speed up the game baseline default by like 10% or so, and it would be fine. I am comparing it to single players. This is a multiplayer shooter that is made for fans of single player shooters, and that's why the marketing is just completely missing its audience. Just completely, because everyone's immediately comparing it to Overwatch, and it should not be compared to Overwatch. How does a first-person shooter feel like a third-person game? Because, for instance, when you use certain abilities in this game, and when you dodge, it goes third-person. That's part of it. I'm going to bring gameplay back up. But it's mostly about literally, like, this is not something... You don't think I've played Returnal? I love Returnal. Returnal is one of the best feeling games ever, and so is this. It's about game feel. If you don't know what if you don't understand what I'm saying, then, like, you don't really think about the games that you're playing very deeply, and you're like thinking about them only surface level. Returnal is awesome. Returnal, it's actually similar to Returnal in more than one way. It at its base feels very satisfying and punchy to like execute just about everything you can do. And in Returnal, there's a thing where, what is it? Like, if as long as you keep going and you don't get hit, I don't remember what it's called, but you keep gaining perks. So you're like getting stronger as long as you're not getting hit. That works in a single player game very well. It's the opposite in this. When you die, that happens to you. It's like a comeback thing. I'm not on cue now. I'm not trying to play. I'm trying to just talk to chat. I'm going to put the VOD back on. This is me playing yesterday. I agree. I know that about Returnal. I don't like live service games. They could never update this game once, and I would still think it's fantastic. It's already fantastic and fully complete. Do you not see how that kind of recovery mechanic isn't engaging to a PvP audience? I think it's a misunderstanding of how it like actually works, because it's not like you have to just play through matches to understand it. There's really no there's no explaining it with words. I'm trying to, and I feel like I'm doing a decent job, but at the same time, for those that have an open mind, I feel like I'm doing a decent job, is what I'll say. Hopefully.
It's the
Next.
member of the DG crew.
Thank you for following, Chris. That's fine, Fooly. It's not going to be for everyone. I'm not saying everyone has to like it, obviously. No, not everyone doesn't have to like anything. I'm not saying anyone has to agree with me. I'm just telling you my perspective on the game. You'd be exhausted trying to discuss this game with 272 viewers for more than 10 minutes. It is exhausting. I've been doing it for 2 weeks. I'm just some random that doesn't care about this game and decided to just see what people are saying after the news broke, and you're doing a great job explaining this, and it almost makes me wish I'd try it. Yep. Well, I appreciate you writing that comment. I can also confirm that there's been probably like, I don't know, 10 to 20 other people that have said similar things and did play the game and then were like, this is kind of great, you were right. Video games are all perfect. How dare you, Mr. Streamer Man? Sixler! Why should I play this where there's Deadlock? Because they're literally not even remotely the same game. Deadlock doesn't interest me because I don't like hero shooters and I don't like MOBAs. This game feels like an action game that is also an FPS. If you're going to just completely disregard what I just said, we can't have a conversation because you're not willing to look past the surface of what a game looks like. Like, just straight up. It's so funny. Like, everyone's just showing their ignorance. If you're going to, like... It is partially a hero shooter, correct. That is part of the DNA of the game. It is not all that it is. August, I'm sure that's what's happening. They're not just going to completely move away from it. It wouldn't make any sense for them to do that. This game is... I'm disregarding what you just said. Well, I hope you succeed in life to some degree. I'm... People are so funny. It's funny how people think that they're like insulting me or something. Why am I so upset people don't like the game? Good question. I'll answer that. Why am I upset that people don't like the game? Because this is the first instance in my 28 years of gaming where I have really, really, really liked a game, and it wasn't also the general consensus of the entire gaming community or like whatever niche that it filled, that it was also a great game. This is the only game that has ever happened, that this has ever happened. Every other game that I consider a 9 or a 10 is like also considered great in general. Everyone. So that's why I'm upset, because this is the only time where the market is definitely wrong to me. I'm sure there's some games that I didn't play that I missed that the market was wrong about. That's totally possible. This game was made for an audience that absolutely does exist. The audience that this game should have is people that are interested in both single player shooters and multiplayer shooters and appreciate the polish and like player feedback and or like gun feedback and like presentation and production value and the satisfaction of how the game feels. Those people that register any of what I just said as something that you appreciate about a video game, especially a shooter, this game was for you. But they don't know that because people thought that it was just an Overwatch clone. Only a fat fuck would think this is a good game. Damn. True. The audience you described doesn't exist? What do you... Okay. People that people that like both multiplayer and single player games don't exist, is what you're telling me? You're only allowed to like one or the other? Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that seem to only like multiplayer free to play games, and the amount of those people is unfortunately very overwhelming. And it sucks that they have taken over the conversation. I'm not delusional, dude. I know what makes a good video game. Again, let me tell you my favorite games of last year. I know what makes a good video game. This is my favorite games of last year in order. Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, Cobalt Core, Armored Core 6, Final Fantasy 16, RE4 Remake, The Finals, Blasphemous 2, Dave the Diver, Wild Frost, Mario Wonder, Persona 5 Tactica, Lords of the Fallen, Sea of Stars, Ghost Runner 2, Spider-Man 2, Remnant 2, and Dead Space Remake. And yes, I played all of them to completion. Those are my top like 20 in order. They are all great. The Finals I played for a couple weeks and I liked how smooth it was, but then I didn't want to keep playing it because it is free to play. So I didn't want to support it. Did I say Death Stranding? No, Death Stranding didn't come out last year. Those were just games that I played last year that came out last year. You also enjoy terrible games? I don't. I don't like to, yeah, I don't like to support free to play games. Correct. I wish that they would all disappear, frankly. Part of the issue with why this game is not succeeding is because there's so many free to play games. Every game I like is an automatic masterpiece? What? No, definitely not. Not all those games that I just said do I even remotely think they're a masterpiece. The only games that I just said that I think are like masterpiece level are the very top ones. Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, maybe not Lies of P. That's like, there's a lot of bias going into why I like that. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, absolutely. Absolutely. Those are masterpieces. I'm not saying I can't be wrong. Didn't say that. Anyone who has not played this game for a significant amount of time and understood how the mechanics work, like you genuinely cannot comment on how good the game is. That's not how this works. It's not going to be permanent, Mr. Worf. That would be very strange if it was permanent, with the amount of money they've invested into it and how good they know that the game is. Played it and felt too slow for you. Did you use the mechanics to speed up the game by using the crew bonuses?
It's the
Next.
last member of the
G.
crew.
Never played it, but it's so sad how it's trashed immediately. People celebrating its downfall are the same people who like it, the same regurgitated games with no backbone and half-assed in development. Agreed. I mean, some of those people are the same people. Don't want to generalize. It doesn't look fun or unique. Well, you're very wrong. I just explained why that wasn't the case. People have played it for 30 minutes and had a great time, seem to love saturating the reviews with glaze. I haven't played this game, so I have no say, but it happens all the time. I mean, the thing is if you, like, I can determine whether or not a game feels good to play within the first, like, 30 minutes. usually. But the thing is with this game is that because of the way that the mechanics work, and like how they interlock with each other, it does take some time for it to like settle into how the flow of the matches work and how you uh um how you make best use of them. It's interesting that a game has to be 100% successful in the first few weeks. This game wasn't for me, but maybe on a sale later in a year I could have given it a try. No one will get that chance. Why do you think it's not for you? I'm genuinely curious. People saying that the game is not for them by looking at it. I'm curious why you think it's not for you. I'm not saying the game is without flaws. I never said that. I'm playing the character I'm playing right now here, Kips. The way that she works is that she's very weak and also very easy to kill. So when you're using her, you're trying to be stealthy and like move around people and not necessarily engage in fights. So that's how this individual character works. Game breaker in only this instance of Concord, I feel that way. I've never felt like this about a game before because any game that is this good always gets the attention that it deserves. Always. Always. I've never seen a game this good not get the attention it deserves. This is the only game. I've never said this before in my life. I think that the game desperately needs free trials so that people can find it, play it for themselves. And Firewalk needs to be better at explaining how the game works so that, which is probably what they're doing. So that people don't just play it as base form and go, this is all right. That's did you listen to the second part? Am I for or against? Oh, I'm very for this game. I think this is like at this point, it is the best multiplayer shooter in terms of what it feels like to play and how the mechanics work that I've ever played. And it is the most misunderstood game that I've ever seen exist in gaming media. You can't just tell me All right, please leave if you're completely unwilling to listen to anything that I'm saying. Like that's totally fine. You can just leave. Literally one fan. There's many more than one fan. Anybody who's here who's just genuinely listening to what I'm saying and is willing to like consider a positive take on this game, the fact that people are literally unwilling to consider positive takes is so like fucked. What do we expect from a YouTuber who only plays mainstream games? What? Some of my favorite games are like Guacamelee, freaking Slay the Spire, Wild Frost I played last year I really liked. Nobody Saves the World is fantastic. Key piece of info I cut over was the concept of time. What do you mean by that? The game will never escape the stigma of being uncool. Yeah, that's a big part of it. And by looking at it, it's not cool. I agree. 100%. The characters are definitely not cool. I agree. Name the top 3 of games of all time or my favorite games of all time. What do you mean name how am I supposed to objectively name the top 3 games of all time? I can't do that. What? I do enjoy this game. It's fantastic. Some of my favorite game. Okay, I will just give you some of my favorite games then, because I don't know if that's what you're actually asking. Some of my favorite games of all time, in no particular order. I'm gonna give you franchises.
G.
Thank you for the follow, Real Catboy. Some of my favorite franchises of all time are Dark Souls and pretty much everything that From Software has made since 2009. I think they are the best in the business. They are number one. Legend of Zelda as a series overall, one of my favorites. Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart. Rainbow Six Siege in its first 2 years, I loved a lot. I used to really like Call of Duty from 2007 to 2010. Persona is a favorite series of mine. Slay the Spire is one of my favorite games. I really like those are probably like the top. Oh, Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 are fantastic. How would you justify being locked out of a playable character if you do too well? If you do too well, then you won't die and then you're not locked out of the character. Also, part of what is fun about this game is that all the characters are genuinely fun to play, and it's really interesting to like swap constantly, which I never feel like in any game. I always just want to play as one person or like style, always, because I have a certain way that I like to play games. But this game has opened my mind to a lot of different play styles, and I've enjoyed playing as almost all of the characters. Because of the way the game like pushes you to constantly rotate. My top 3 FPS, probably, I don't know about a top 3. I'll give you like my top 5-ish. It would be Rainbow Six Siege, Call of Duty, Black Ops 1? Maybe? I don't know. Like a few of the Call of Duties around that time were very good, but including like Call of Duty 4, World at War, Modern Warfare 2, and Black Ops 1, like all of them put together, I enjoyed a lot. But so those Call of Duty games, Rainbow Six Siege, Battlefield 1, maybe Battlefield Bad Company 2. Those are some of my favorite shooters. And that's why I like this game, because it reminds me of older games from like a decade ago or so, not new generation free-to-play stuff that I really don't, that I've played. I played Apex Legends, I played Overwatch 1, I tried a little bit of Overwatch 2 to see what it felt like. I've played Fortnite. Fortnite's good. It's good. I've played Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike's good. I just don't like playing on PC, so that kind of keeps me away from Counter-Strike, because that's a very, like, you just die game. I remember Brink. I do remember Brink. That was a weird one, wasn't it? The finals was fun, but I didn't want to support a free-to-play game, so I didn't play it for longer than a couple weeks. Do you think the game feeling like an older game is the downside? Unfortunately. Not to me, but like obviously it is to some people. That like that's where the subjectivity comes in. Some people are going to play it and be like, this feels old, I guess. But like that's why it's not marketed to the right people. That's why people look at it and think that it's supposed to appeal to Overwatch players, and no, it's supposed to appeal to Halo players. And I'm not even a Halo player. I didn't even get into Halo. I completely missed that. It's supposed to appeal to Halo players, Destiny players, and like Call of Duty in a way. And again, like single player shooters and single player action games. It's incorrect because of the amount of people that are spouting hate towards the game that haven't played it and don't understand how it works and are just like forming their opinions around things in unfair ways. That's why. I agree, Cloudstrike. I'm saying the marketing and the failure to like reach the right audience is part of the reason for the failure of the game. 100%. Man, there's so many trolls on YouTube. Damn. That's weird, Rye the Grunge guy. I didn't really experience that. I experienced all aspects of it. It's also hard to do something like that when there's not that many people playing it in the first place. Is there anyone so many trolls on Twitch? Yeah, I'm just gonna start like if you're just here to literally disagree with anything that I say, like that's not constructive. You're not if you're not considering what I'm saying, then no, there's no game audio because I am it's just a VOD from yesterday because I'm not playing right now because I want to just read the chat and I can't do that if I'm playing because there's so much happening right now. I'm just trying to talk about the game. Spook in only this instance, yes, unless there's people that actually played it and know how it worked that don't like it, that's totally fine. You're totally can have that opinion. 100%. 100%. You are allowed to not like the game. Crazy. Gameplay wise and gunplay wise, when you start a duel with another player, what game would be your closest comparison to this game? First impression looks like Destiny's Crucible mode on steroids. I've heard that a lot. I didn't play a lot of Destiny. I played Destiny 1 when it first came out for like a month and then kind of moved on from it. But of people that are huge fans of Destiny, 100% that has been compared to it. The closest. Otherwise, like the thing is that this game is very unique in terms of the way. I'm not deleting comments I don't agree with. I'm deleting comments of people that are just. Well, are you talking about on YouTube or Twitch? I just deleted stuff on YouTube because it's people that are strictly just being negative and not trying to be constructive at all. Unique doesn't equals good. I agree, 100%. That's a part of my argument all the time is that I think that iteration is more important than innovation in games. Because we already know what makes games good in a lot of ways. So keep iterating on those ideas. Don't constantly try to come up with new things. That's why this game is so strong, because it's iterative on so many different single player and multiplayer shooters and like combines a ton of cool ideas into one package and somehow makes it work. I don't know, Zero. The only people that I've banned on Twitch are either just coming in here being like go woke, go broke and shit, or it's people that are consistently disagreeing with every single thing that I say and not while looking past what I'm saying and not acknowledging it. They're just like, yeah, but you're wrong and shit. It's just annoying. Everyone's just parroting their favorite YouTuber whom likely haven't even tried the game. It's hilarious. Sure, I agree it looks bland, and a big part of the hate train is definitely based on the DEI. It's just wild to see so many people saying a game they never tried is garbage. I mean, yes. At least I got my refund. Sure. It's nice to be able to see the positives and negatives. I agree. It's not like I'm perpetuating a mental disorder. Oh God. See, it's hard to sift through comments in this game because what specifically do you think it did well? A lot of things. I can't keep repeating myself. I've made a few YouTube videos on it that I think are to go over this stuff, and I also just spent like 20 minutes explaining it like half an hour ago. So it's kind of hard to keep repeating myself. Some of them are just completely disregarding any information that would lead to a discussion, just derails it and turns it negative. Clearing it out is responsible for the objective goal of understanding anything from the discussion. Thank you, Sixler. I'm literally just trying to inform people about the game, and I don't want everything to be like watered down into these like basic arguments that like I'm not trying to have. Anybody giving like super surface level arguments and takes is very frustrating. So that's why people are getting banned. I'm here to have like good conversation. I can disagree with people. That's totally fine. Wish we would have gotten Spider-Man 2 multiplayer. That would have been cool. I wish we would have gotten Last of Us Factions. Informing people is demanding that they agree with you. I'm not demanding that they agree with me and assume they aren't listening. No. There's plenty of people in here that are disagreeing with me that are totally respectful and fine and are not being banned. It's just that the thing is, you also have to keep in mind the context of the fact that I've been streaming this game for 2 weeks and made videos a little bit before that as well, and have dealt with hundreds of comments of people that are just trying to like either shit on me or the game and have no interest in conversation. So it's been very frustrating. So it puts me in a very defensive position that I don't really want to be in. Like I have no interest in being defensive over a game. I've never done this before. I've never felt this passionate about like something's misrepresentation. That's why I am talking the way that I am, and that's why people are getting banned that maybe shouldn't be. Maybe some of them, that's totally fine. I'm not gonna like, it's just I'm trying to like have a more constructive conversation and make it so that the people that are here that are just curious aren't having to read a bunch of stupid shit. I don't think I'm saying anything that's unreasonable. And if I am, you can tell me and we can talk about it. I know I'm being a little bit aggressive towards certain people, but like it's because people are being very aggressive towards me and the game.
Next.
What game will I play next? I wanted to play Wukong. I was going to play... My intention was to play Wukong over this, but then I got really into this. I also want to play Astrobot. It looks fantastic. If I was in charge of the studio, how would I move forward with the game? Really try hard to make sure to market it to the people that it's supposed to be marketed for and separate it as much as possible from the Overwatch comparisons, because it shouldn't be. No, it's not the fact that they canceled so many other great things. That's like one aspect of why people are coming at this game, and it's impossible to know how Sony is distributing money in that way. You're just making assumptions. It's important to provide context to the statement. It's hard to expect that if not many people are experienced with debating this game is unattractive and this game is unattractive to me because are very different messages to read and act on instinctively when there's messages flying everywhere. Sixler, I appreciate you being a voice of reason in the chat, even if you don't even like know anything about this game. The fact the game is not available in more than 200 countries, see, that's another thing. That's another thing. That's what I'm saying. There's literally so many reasons that like range from having like 1% importance to like 30% importance. And there's so many different things that are this is like the perfect storm of negativity. And a lot of it is unfair and some of it is fair, but it's all mixed in and you can't tell who's being genuine. You can't tell who's just being a shithead. It's so difficult to sift through. That's the problem here, one of the problems. See, that's a great question, freshman. If it comes back as free to play, will you still play it? That's something that I've already been thinking about because I was under the assumption that unfortunately it might go that route even before this happened. And I really don't know how I feel about it. Because like I'm very much so in favor of what this game is currently and like yeah, I don't know. It would depend on exactly how it's done, I guess. Is like yeah. I can't comment because I don't know exactly how it would be implemented. Because this was like to me it's a unique case because I've never gotten into something before it went free, I don't think. So I don't know how I would feel, I guess, is what I'm saying. It would totally depend on how they monetize it. Because that's like what my biggest issue with free to play is that the monetization always feels like predatory and pushy. That's my problem. If I like the gameplay, that's what really matters. It is. It is. That is what matters most. That's why I'm conflicted and it would totally depend. If it's like super predatory and shitty microtransactions that they're really forcing on people, then I would be turned off even if I like the game. Agree the marketing was off. Sony had a big opportunity to explain the one-time cost in a market of free-to-play games. So far, all I've seen is just people not knowing that after the initial cost, it was free character skins, upgrades, progressions, etc. Yep. Sad to see a great game fail due to poor consumer understanding and unneeded hate. 100%. And failure of marketing to the right people, and failure on Firewalk's part to properly onboard people when they boot up the game and teach them the way that the game works, especially in the beta when people did have access to it for free. That was a major issue. Everyone is at fault. And yes, it came out at a rough time. There's a lot of games releasing. And like Marvel Rivals went into beta around the same time, and Deadlock's happening. Yes, that's also an issue. Literally all these things can be true, and anybody who's pointing at one of them as the reason for the game's failure is wrong. All of these things are affecting it. If you can't see that, like, I don't know what to tell you. It was a perfect shitstorm. I agree. Game's good enough. You'll tell your friends about it. Game is gone from my mind like a fart in the wind. I have told my friends about it. My friend actually, what's funny about that, my best friend, he does not play multiplayer games ever. And he literally bought the game because of like how passionate I've been about it. And just because he thought it'd be interesting and he wants to support that. So I played it with him for the first time yesterday. And he was totally enjoying himself, and he does not like multiplayer games, which is again why I'm trying to beat the drum that the part of please listen to me saying part of the reason that this game is in a rough spot, to say the least, is that to me, this game is a multiplayer game designed for fans of single player shooters and action games and multiplayer shooters, but not just multiplayer shooters. What do I think is good about this game? I really don't want to repeat myself, unfortunately. I've talked a lot about this. You can check out some of my YouTube videos if you want, if you genuinely want to know. I've made a few videos that go into more detail. Do I think the character designs were really that bad? No. I don't like them overall. But like I've also grown to like them a little more as I've played the game more. And for the most part, what I don't like about the characters is just that they're all very round in design and they're not cool. Like to really reduce it to like one thing or two things, I guess that's what my problem is. Yeah. They're like safe, they're like clean, they're not rough, they're not edgy, they're not cool. That doesn't immediately appeal to like a gamer, which like that's a dumb term. I hate how people use that word for every reason that it's used, but like it doesn't appeal to me. I agree. But yes, they have grown on me. To some degree, but I still think that it's not great.
It's the
Next.
member of the DG crew.
It's a big factor for hero shooter character design. I mean, I guess so. Again, like I've been saying, hero shooter, the term hero shooter is like one aspect of this game. It's maybe like a third of the game's DNA. Otherwise, it's an action game and it's an arena shooter. This game, to me, warrants a new genre almost. If everyone's obsessed with labeling things as genres, which I have a problem with, because it leads to issues like this where people just look at this, call it a hero shooter, move on, say it's not for them and move on because they're like, oh, it's a hero shooter, therefore it's like Overwatch. It's not like Overwatch, so maybe you shouldn't just strictly call it a hero shooter because that's leaving to preconceived notions. You are making things up about what you think the game is like. So it is partially a hero shooter. It is partially an action game. It is partially an arena shooter. To me, if I were to describe this game in like a few words, without saying all of that, if I'm going to reduce it to a few words and like label this game as one thing, I would call it a character action FPS. "100% my reaction. I hear hero shooter and immediately tune out. Also, hearing arena shooter gets my interest again." There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You need to... Okay, why do people not understand how to look past the surface of a conversation? Holy shit. You literally just ignored everything I said and then reduced it back to the things that I was saying as a part of it, but not all of it. Okay, see? This is the type of person that gets banned because they're just doing it to draw up attention and being annoying. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people that are responding to what I said. Movement is perfect. I love that it's based on character physicality and weaponry. The game was never trying to be a fast-paced Call of Duty type game. Agreed. Maybe because other people don't share your view on the genre. You can say you don't share my view on the genre. That's not what people were saying. To me, okay, genres are not determined by what a game looks like. Genres are determined by what a game feels like and what the mechanics in the game present. It is not about looks. It was too slow. So Astrogit, did you use the crew mechanics to speed up the game by getting a boost to your movement speed and reload speed? Genuine question. That's a fair criticism, but also, if you didn't do what I just said, then I think that you might want to reconsider your opinion. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I like faster shooters too, generally. If you don't like it, that's fine. You're allowed to not like it. To me, this game is not slow. You just need to like learn how to play it. I don't know. Like I don't know, man. It's all about the game feel. Do you think making the game free to play would have increased its player count? Yes, obviously. Do you think it should have been free to play from the start? My opinion on this is that unfortunately, the answer might be yes, but I resent the fact that it is. Because I hate that free to play has taken over the industry. That's my perspective. How long were the queue times? Usually around like, sometimes it was 0 seconds, sometimes it was like around a minute. For one of the modes, it got a little bit longer because people were being dumb and like boosting in it. I agree with your take on the definition of genre, but it's way too nuanced for the average zero attention span gamer, hence the failure. Yeah. Agreed, Scion. Thank you for the bits. I agree that like, I'm not saying they could totally just increase the base movement speed by like 10% and then leave the should have been a single player game. I mean, it could have, yeah. That's fair. I'm a fan of like I'm a fan of both multiplayer games and single player games, so like it doesn't really matter to me. I'm totally down to try or so I've put so many hours into both single player and multiplayer games. So like I just like video games in general, and when I see a great video game, I enjoy it. It doesn't matter to me what it is. He's not pretending it isn't primarily. He's saying there's more nuance to like there's more nuance to describing a game than simply labeling it as one thing, because most games are way more than one thing. Everyone likes to really judge things surface level. The movement in this game is alright. A slower, more methodical movement is certainly not a sin. Agreed. I agree, Yuck. I agree. I don't think it's entirely going away. That would be very, very weird. Very weird. There, it really wouldn't make sense for it to entirely go away. If it does, like, that is the most unfortunate thing that has ever happened to a video game that is this great. It's very sad and like totally fucked up. Do I think the price point should have been lower? For me, no. Personally, no, not at all. It's cheaper than a full price game. And games should cost money in the first place. That is how I feel. You just have no argument. I love how people end their arguments with stop coping. Like, you really got me. You really got me with that one. How do I respond? Every game has many things. It's about doing it in a way that resonates with the audience. Right, but this game doesn't know what its audience was and the audience doesn't know that the game is for them. Which is part of the issue. That's like clearly what was initially happening or what has continued to happen. I grew up on arena shooters and didn't even hear about this game until it was too late. Yeah. Like, it has aspects. It's not like exactly 100% an arena shooter. It just has aspects of it. It reminds me more of that. It reminds me more of playing Halo, which I haven't played a ton of, to be fair. But, like, it clearly reminds me more of that than it does playing Overwatch. Playing Overwatch feels like you're shooting freaking cardboard cutouts. There's like no feedback whatsoever. This game is so well executed in terms of how it feels and how it feels to move, how it feels to dodge, how it feels to shoot, how it feels to throw things, how it feels to like lay things down. Yeah, you can compare it to TF2 for sure. You compare it to TF2, you can compare it to Halo, you can compare it to Destiny. In my opinion, very specific instances of very specific characters going against other very specific characters reminds me of a bunch of different single player games, again, like Doom or Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, like playing Infamous, Vanquish, Titanfall 2. Like little tiny things from each of those games are definitely, you can feel them in this game, which is why I love it so much. It's like a celebration of all shooters and action games put together in really unique ways because all of the characters feel super unique and feel like they're ripped out of different action games and then smashed together. Like Super Smash Brothers, which is why I like Super Smash Brothers so much. There's nothing that feels distinctly Concord. The crew system is what is distinctly Concord. Even so, like the not all games should just be about innovation. That's not how this works. Innovation and iteration are both important. I place more importance, honestly, on iteration. I think iteration is more important. Something being innovative is not as much of a priority to me. The game I developed, dude, I wish. I'd be very proud if I was part of the development for this game. This game audience was a class-based arena shooter with a tactical deck building mechanic, and Sony failed to market it correctly. Yeah, I keep forgetting to use the term deck building. That absolutely is like what the crew mechanics is, a deck builder. Which is also definitely the reason that I like it so much, because I love deck builders. Yeah, that's how the crew mechanics work. Each character is part of a class. There's 6 different classes. When you use a character from a certain class, after you die, you then gain a perk bonus that is specific to that class, whether it be faster movement speed, faster reloading, faster healing received from various things, faster, longer weapon range, less recoil, or faster dodge cooldown. Those are the 6 different perk bonuses that you can gain for using these 6 different classes. Each time you use a class and you die, you are then given that perk to use for the rest of the match. It then applies to the next character. Well, the deck is like, this is the deck. They even like laid them out like cards so that you would like understand this. The deck is this. Like, these are cards. They use cards to show the characters, and you rearrange the cards in a certain order like a deck. So it actually does literally have deck building in it. And they use that word to describe the game themselves. It's still just a hero shooter. Dude, okay, so yes, disregard literally everything I've said for the last half an hour. It's just a hero shooter. This is the problem that we have discussing video games. Because somebody will listen to me speak about all the unique mechanics and why I like a game for half an hour and then be like, bro, it's just a hero shooter. Stop coping. What kind of conversation is that? That's not a conversation. Deck is antithetical to team synergy. That's something that I really like. It's like, that's why the matches are constantly evolving. I love that. You're constantly trying to adapt to what's happening and like change up what you're trying to accomplish and how to accomplish it. The thing, though, the average consumer is not listening to explaining all the unique mechanics. The average consuming is watching 10 seconds of a gameplay. It's just a hero shooter. Well, well, that's the problem. That's why that is why I'm blaming the general audience and not the game. Why I'm blaming the audience more than I am the game, because the game is great for so many different reasons. And it's a fault of marketing, yes, like you're saying. Correct. It's a fault of marketing, and it's a fault of people's understanding. It's a fault of people's willingness to learn how the game works, but it's a fault of the onboarding of the game to tell people how the game works. It's not an Overwatch clone. Calm down. You're so incorrect. This is the problem. It is not like Overwatch. It is minimally like Overwatch. I'm getting paid for this. Like, people just can't you can't process a conversation for some reason. Why? I'm not going to blame them for charging $40. It is well worth $40. Why would I blame them for charging an amount of money that is not a lot of money for something that is well worth that amount of money? That doesn't make any sense. I sound very upset about it going under. I am, because it is the most incorrect take that the video game industry has ever had on a game. And this is one of the best shooters ever. And it is getting just completely trounced and shit on. And it's wrong. People are wrong. All right, Sixler, that's a little bit of a stretch. I think it's a little closer to Overwatch than RuneScape. People have their perspectives already set for what's been seen. You, as someone who played the game for hours, will notice the small differences to change that perspective. If the marketing sucked to describe the game, that isn't a consumer issue. Yeah, it's the initial issue. It's part of the initial issue. Clan jumped in the open beta over 20 people, and none of us were excited about it after 2 days of playing. It plays well, but we just didn't find anything to pull us away from the other games we were playing. Did you know how like the crew mechanics worked and stuff? Out of curiosity. Not everybody has to like the game. But I'm curious. If you like, okay, that's totally fine. Then you didn't like it. That's fair. I'm not saying it's literally going to appeal to everybody. That's not possible. Nothing does. This game was an ass woke game, not gonna lie. Wow. Fantastic comment. Don't buy into the argument that this is the general audience fault for not buying into it. Critics thought it was mediocre. Yeah, I really don't understand that at all. Just because you like it doesn't mean every other gamer has to like it. I just said that. Obviously, something's bad about it for the last 11 days, and it's not the gamer's fault for not wanting to play it. There's a million different reasons that the game is in the position that it's in. How is this game cringe, but Overwatch wasn't with giant glasses wearing gorillas? Wonder how much the woke angle actually impacted sales. I think it had something to do with it, obviously. It's an aspect. Again, there's so many different aspects. It's bad gameplay. Dude. Tell me you haven't played the game without saying you haven't played the game. It's not the main fault. The whole woke shit, obviously. That's a bunch of just angry, sad people. That's one part. The main thing is obviously the main things are the character designs not being like generally appealing, which I agree with, and the fact that it costs money in a market where games that appear visually to be like this game are free, even though this game doesn't really play like them, except maybe Destiny. But also there's a lot of interesting things going on with the game that do set it apart that people are unwilling to like figure out or weren't told how to use because again, Firewalk was not good at explaining them. Or there's people that just genuinely don't enjoy it. That's totally fair. Yes, that's like a neutral opinion on it. Yuck. It's totally fine to have a neutral opinion. Scion. Free to play is polluted by cheaters. So I've heard. I don't even know that as a fact. Honestly, people keep using cheaters as a reason that free to play is bad, and I've never even said that because I don't know that for a fact. Yes, Thai Town, this video does. I've realized some things after making this video. This is about the reception to Concord. I've realized some things after making this video that I think the onboarding in the game is much more of an issue than I originally thought. So Firewalk is more to blame, and the way Sony marketed the game is definitely very at fault. So keep that in mind when you watch it. I don't know if I mentioned it in that video, but I've realized over time as people have talked about it, the people that this game is for do not know that this game is for them. That is a big issue. Free to play is inherently cheater friendly, yes. If the game would have had a much higher player count, would it have been a Game of the Year contender? So funny you say that. There's enough new people here. Who did they market it to? I think because of the way that it opened, they marketed it to Marvel and Overwatch fans. And just because of the way that they showed the characters first and what they remind people of, and then the fact that it's just a hero shooter. I don't think they were directly doing that, but that's what people assumed they were marketing it to when they first showed it off. I'm going to reread. Okay, so what did somebody said something about Game of the Year. I'm going to reread something I read at the beginning of the stream, but now there's a lot of new people here, so I'm going to do it again. Before I started this stream, what I was doing was I was writing a script that was going to be a video that was titled why Concord is my game of the year so far. That I was going to make that video and I was going to post it either today or tomorrow. I was literally in the middle of writing the script and then people started pinging me being like, dude, look what they just said and did. So I'm going to read you the beginning of the script. It's not really edited well. But just to give you an idea of what I was going to say in the video. Again, the title of this video was going to be why Concord is my game of the year. This is just the beginning, like the context that I was trying to give. The rest of the video was going to be like explaining the mechanics and stuff, which I have tried to do in this stream. So I'm not going to go over that again. But the beginning of the video to give context for why having a script with that title makes your credibility on what a good game is very unreliable. I'm just writing my opinion down. What does having a script mean? What? I wasn't going to fully go off the script. Jeez. I was going to script the first part, and then the rest of it, I was just going to do what I've been doing this stream and explain the mechanics. So anyways, this is the beginning of my video for why Concord is my game of the year so far. So what I was going to say, first of all, in the video is that like so far this year to get basically what I want to do is give you context for the types of games that I like is the beginning of what my video was going to be. So I was going to say that before Concord, my thoughts on what my game of the year was so far this year was that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Balatro were probably my two favorite games so far this year. Outside of that, Stellar Blade and Another Crab's Treasure, probably number 3 and 4. I almost said Overwatch. That's hilarious. Concord now has become my number 1. It's my game of the year so far. And I was also going to add that throughout the rest of the year, games like Astrobot, Wukong, which I haven't played yet, Mario & Luigi Brothership, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and Metaphor ReFantazio are likely contenders for me. But I haven't played them. Oh, all of them aren't out except Wukong. Plays gacha games? What? Are you talking about Balatro? What? Okay, Dave the Diver, have I tried? Okay, so another thing that I was going to say. Here's the other thing. Context for my taste in video games so that you know where I'm coming from. I feel like this is very important because everyone just makes a bunch of assumptions. So here's some context. I played a lot of games that came out last year in 2023. I feel as though 2023 is the best year for video games ever. If not, it's in the top like 3 or top 5. It was a fantastic year. So this is like my top 20 games of last year in order, so that you have context for what types of games I like and what it is that I might appreciate in a video game. In order, my favorite games last year were Baldur's Gate 3, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Alan Wake 2, Cobalt Core, Armored Core 6, Final Fantasy 16, Resident Evil 4 Remake, The Finals, which I only played for a couple weeks, but I really liked how the game felt, but I didn't want to support it free to play, so I dropped it after a couple weeks. But I did really like how it felt. Blasphemous 2, Dave the Diver, Wild Frost, Mario Wonder, Persona 5 Tactica, Lords of the Fallen, Sea of Stars, Ghost Runner 2, Spider-Man 2, Remnant 2, and Dead Space Remake. And yes, I played all of them to completion. I think all of those games are fantastic. Those are my favorite games from last year in order. I play a lot of different video games. I respect the hell out of a lot of different video games, developers, and genres. I'm not coming at this as someone who like doesn't know anything about video games and or only plays a handful of free-to-play games and has no perspective to bring to this conversation. I'm coming at this as someone who really just likes video games overall a lot and likes when respect is given, when respect is deserved. All of those games, except I guess maybe the finals, are like widely received as very good video games. All of them. To one degree or another. Like they're on a spectrum of some sort, but in general, they're all liked. Because I like good video games. And guess what? Concord, if Concord came out last year, I would probably put it like right behind Zelda. It would be in my top 5 still. That's how good this game is. I like all of those games. I love Concord for similar reasons as that I would like some other games. If you don't want to listen to me, that's you can. That's totally fine. But I'm just trying to give you my perspective. And the other thing that I put in my video is that some of my favorite multiplayer shooters are Call of Duty from 2007 to 2010. Black Ops 3, Battlefield Bad Company 2, Battlefield 1, Killzone 3, and Rainbow Six Siege, at least for its first couple of years. And now, Concord is in that list easily. I'm not saying every game I like is good. But are you going to argue that any of those games are like bad video games? It's a fair list. None of them are, I thought you said all of them are objectively bad. Finals has insane movement and verticality in combat and map movement. Also a lot of teamwork. Concord has none of that. No, definitely not. It's actually a very much so a lot of that. There's a lot of verticality in Concord. That's one of the things I like the most about it. I just, on principle, don't want to support free-to-play because I don't like what it's done to the industry, even if individual games do it better than others. It's just like I just have a problem with its monetary structure, period. So I don't want to support them. And I don't like also, you have to look outside of the vacuum. You can also like take what I'm saying and say, because free to play is so successful and has such a grasp on the industry, is a huge reason why Concord can't succeed, because people are just comparing it to free to play, being like, this has to be free to play, this has to be free to play. That's also a reason I don't like free to play and why I don't support it, because I don't want this shit to happen. Delta Force Hawk Ops. No, I don't even know what that is, honestly. Except Final Fantasy 16 fair list. I think Final Fantasy 16 is very smooth. It feels great, and it's also like really good at spectacle. I think that's its strength. And I really liked the a couple of the characters. The voice acting's pretty great. Why do I like Concord? It looks like it's just worse. It's no. I can't keep answering these questions. I can't. Oh. I'm sorry, it's not your specific comment. I've just been talking for 2.5 hours straight about like answering the same question. Free to play makes games accessible. That's totally fair. Yep. That is the one positive to free to play games. So that's why like I keep like sassily saying I wish they didn't exist, but the truth is that like I am happy that free to play exists. because it allows people that aren't able to access certain or like games in general to be able to at least play some video games, which is uh, a good thing. That is the single good thing about free to play games. The problem is that everything else is either neutral or negative. So it doesn't actually provide any value or like positive aspect to games that it's attached to, outside of being more accessible. That's the only positive thing. I've never heard anyone give any other like reason. Do you think it's the end of the game for good? No. Free to play Battlefield, like lightweight and fast paced. Huh. Interesting. Okay, Sion. Ugh. What? All right. I found one. Oh man, I'm exhausted. Jeez. Do I not pre-order games too? No, I don't. I never pre-order games. I only pre-ordered this because I played the beta and I really liked it. Otherwise, I haven't pre-ordered a game in like 10 years. I think pre-ordering is a bad idea. Don't pre-order games. The only time I would maybe pre-order a game if it's like I have to like truly trust the developer. Like I guess I would pre-order like a From Software game because they don't miss. Or like if there's a new Zelda game coming out, like I just know that it's going to be good because Nintendo doesn't miss with that franchise at least. Uh, id Software. Oh, that's yeah, totally fair. They're great. I keep mentioning that this game makes me reminds me of playing Doom. Not in like exact terms, but like the satisfaction that I get from like the combat in Doom is similar in some ways, and like how it feels to move your character around and like engage in fights partially reminds me of this game. I never played Lawbreakers. I've heard people compare it though. Don't even buy games until the Game of the Year edition's out with everything. It's $20. That's totally fair too. Eternal made you feel like a kid again. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like this game makes you it. This game is very reminiscent of older shooters.
Next,
It's not about the game's speed.
G.
It's about the satisfaction of like dodging and shooting and shit. I'm not just because I compare it to something doesn't mean every aspect is the same. I'm comparing specific things. We don't need to be so surface level about what it is that I'm saying. Just because I compare something doesn't mean I think everything is the same. I'm being very specific with what I'm saying. Eternal's mobility was insane. Yeah. So like this game is not to that level. Like Doom Eternal is a wild ride. It's just like you can feel some sort of inspiration and like some similarities just by how satisfying it is to do very specific certain things in this game, like using Starchild with his shotgun, rushing into people, slamming at them, and then freaking meleeing them in the face and then shooting them in the face with a shotgun. Like, that feels like Doom. That's what I'm saying. And then if you pick a character like Teo, who's kind of just like a generic Call of Duty soldier, I guess he just has like a rifle, an automatic rifle, and some grenades and some smoke grenades. So it kind of feels like playing Vanquish, where you're like, because he has a slide and then he has a double slide. So all the characters have dodges, but his is like a roll and then he slides. And I'm like, damn, this reminds me of Vanquish. Because while you're doing it, you're also like shooting shit and then you're chucking grenades everywhere, and it's like, yeah, yeah, so satisfying. You don't know how to differentiate between situations that make you feel similarly? Yes, I do. I'm telling you I'm telling you the differences while also giving you the similarities. That's every hero shooter in a nutshell. It's not, because what I'm saying is this is not explainable unless you have played it. It feels great. The impact of the things that you're doing and the way that what you're thinking and then the inputs you're putting on the controller and how that is executed on the screen. Get using like feedback and like just the satisfaction and smoothness of the animations and stuff is what is so great. And that is not you you it's very hard to convey that unless you've experienced it. Because then you're just like, you have no idea what I'm even saying. It's very hard to convey. And by looking at it, you can somewhat get an idea, but you just don't. Big guy that rushes with a shotgun, generic hero that slides, etc. Sure, yeah, you can boil it down to whatever you want if you really want to reduce it to just like basic things, even though I'm giving more detailed descriptions. Game feel is the most important thing to me in every video game. It is always the number one thing that I care about, and that's why I like this game so much. I'm making it out to be more than it is. No, I'm not. I'm not, though. I'm telling you exactly how I feel when I've played this game and what all of the different like things you can do in the game feel like. Compared rushing in melee plus shotgun to Doom, so your comparison was basic. You can't. The problem is that you can't genuinely explain. You cannot genuinely explain game feel in words. But I'm trying to. It's not very easy to do, which is why it's not being conveyed very well, because it's like it's not something that is conveyable through words, really. It has to be played. That's the problem with the conversation. Like why I'm likening it to other games, what I'm saying is the way that I would describe what it feels like to play Doom or Returnal or Ratchet and Clank even is the way that it feels to play, or is the same like terminology that I would use to describe my experience playing this game. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to directly compare it. In some instances, there are aspects that I'm directly comparing. Overall, what I'm saying is I would use the same words to describe this game as I would to describe these other games that I think are also great in this exact same way in terms of how the game feels to play, which is the thing that I care about most in a video game. So I always pay very close attention to it. I don't know, Sugar Rush. I don't know. I mean, sure, that's possible. Doom doesn't have fast teleport like Itzy checkmate. Jeez. Oh, do we have trolls in the YouTube chat again? We do. Uh-oh. Such a fair take, too. I don't know how you cannot accept that. Character has a role in a slide. This game is like Monster Hunter. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It's about the feeling. It's not about the exact action that's happening. It's about the feeling. I don't know why people don't, like, do people not understand what game feel means? Is that the problem? Which one of the Concord characters was meant to be the marketable plushie? Probably none of them. It may be one off, the robot, I don't know. But yeah, the characters themselves are not marketable, I would agree. That's a problem. Features from free-to-play games and locked in under a paywall. What? No, that's... Oh, free-to-play being the standard is like the worst thing that has happened to video games. It just creates such backwards arguments that now we have to like compare everything to free-to-play instead of the other way around. It's a correct take on gaming. You're delusional if you think otherwise. Thankfully, you belong to the 4% or 2% of gamer, which has no impact on the gaming industry. Good riddance. What are you even responding to? People aren't willing to jump the 40 barrier for entry new IP. I agree. I just wish that wasn't the case. But obviously that is the case. That's part of it. Live service. Yeah, live. Exactly. I don't like live service at all. That's a put off to me about this game is that it is a live service. That's a put off. But the game feels so good to play that like I don't even care. And again, there could be nothing added to this game and I still think it's absolutely fantastic because that has nothing to do with my opinion. The game is already complete and balanced and fantastic in almost every way. So anything added to it's just a bonus. Like I don't care. That's been my take this entire time. You can go back before the game was even out. I don't know Town. I already answered that I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. It depends on how exactly it's implemented. That's like the biggest question to me. Whenever I'm comparing things, I'm comparing the feeling. So like at a very base level, when I say game feel, if you don't know what I mean by that term, then like the conversation's already dead because there's no point in me even talking. Like game feel is the number one most important thing to me about a video game. And it is the number one reason that I love this game. So if you don't know what game feel means, then like there's no point in me even trying to explain it. Because to me, it is immediately obvious that the game feel of this game is way better than Overwatch. Way better. The only games that I feel like have a like similarly good game feel that are similar in what the game is like Call of Duty and Destiny 2. Those are like also up there in terms of how like polished and satisfying the game is to just do anything. Otherwise, the other games, like, not really. They don't feel as good to play to me. Free to play would absolutely change the interest a lot because that just means that people will try it and then realize that they were wrong for ignoring it. I get like to a significant degree, absolutely, because I believe in how good this game is and it's just obvious. after playing it for 100 hours. Are you interested in boomer shooters? I haven't really gotten into them, to be honest. Or did I? What did I? Shit. I don't think I've played any of them that are like deemed that, but I probably would like them. I just haven't had the time to get to them. But I was never really into the games that that's like that's based off of. I got into shooters with I got into shooters with Medal of Honor Heroes 2 on the Wii, and then from there went to Call of Duty on the Wii, and then from there went to Call of Duty on the PS3. So that was kind of my starting point. Before that, that was when I was like 14. Before that, I didn't play shooters at all. But then I became a very big fan of shooters. They should have tried a free weekend. Agreed. 100%. Yes, 100%. This game needs free trials and stuff. More people need to play the game. 100%, because it will absolutely change lots of people's minds. 100%. I'm very confident in that. Some people won't like it. That's totally fine. And like, I look like a loser, so why is anyone even here listening to me, you know? Why would you listen to me? I look like a loser. Bunch of idiots. Everyone on the stream, also a loser, because you're listening to me talk, and I look like a loser. That's not how you sell games. You can't just ask people to feel. What? I don't even know if you're responding to me or somebody else. Oh, is Maury's also going through this? Oh, well, they probably all the mean people or people that are just trolling moved on from me to his stream. That's probably why, because I banned a bunch of people. So all the people I banned went to his stream. That's hilarious. You like listening to losers. All right. Well, continue to do so if you want to. Oh, man. Maury's chat's going wild. Damn, I should get in a call with him. Oh, what a wild thing to happen. You know? I'm not able to play. I think you can play. I'm just not, because I wanted to talk to chat more directly and not miss stuff. So I've just kind of been talking with chat. I'm also getting very exhausted from so much talking. I'm playing a VOD from yesterday. Skull Samurai, that is the most ridiculous comment I've ever read. I was right the whole time. This game should have been free to play, but nobody doesn't listen to me. This game is trash and a waste of time. No, a lot of people were saying that, and it's unfortunate that that might be true. I agree, Hart. I agree. Yes, Crepe, that is part of it. That's part of it. There's a legitimate like, I don't know how many people, but like at least tens of thousands of people in that have a very intense agenda, which is the thing that they're against, by the way, is agendas. They have a very intense agenda that is going against anything that shows any sort of diversity. 100%. That's part of it. That's maybe like a 20% of the issue.
It's the
Next.
member of the
G.
crew.
It's like a very small percent of people. It's less than 20% of the people that are the issue, but the problem is that the amount of the people have like tainted the game's reputation for other reasons so much that people that are genuinely just trying to look into the game can't can't see through that and see like the positivity. Not sure if it was a waste of time, but it did have marketing and timing issues for sure. I bet Steam released Deadlock into early testing to accomplish this exact thing. Yeah, that's another part of the issue. There's so many different parts. There's so many different parts of like that are all working together to kill the game. I don't really know anything about Sweet Baby Inc. Directly, so I don't want to comment on that. I've seen like the talk surrounding them. Um, yeah, I don't know anything about them specifically. Yeah, well, this game was because I've been very involved in the community and like paying attention to it very um, deeply for the past couple months. It's been extremely negative, like way more so than I've seen anything else get. Last year, dude, last year was like the best year for video games of all time. I don't know about that. Maybe like 2, 3 years ago, yes. Yeah, there's listen, I'm not like um I'm not here trying to like have be some sort of representative for like diversity versus not diversity and like forced diversity versus not forced diversity and wokeism and anti-wokeism. I really just don't I'm really not interested in almost any of those conversations. And I don't like it's very frustrating that that's such a like I can see I can see it being used. I can see it being weaponized in both directions, is what I will say. By certain people that are very like pushy and want to push their own thoughts on others. Yes. And that's all I want to talk about it. Yeah, I get that, creep. I've had to say, what was the biggest mistake? I don't know. There's so many like, yeah, maybe the marketing, because I don't know. There's so many aspects that are kind of equally the problem. Trying to sell characters over gameplay, yeah. Yeah, I've been saying that too. Like what they did was they shoved the characters as the first thing you see and were like, "Please like our characters. By the way, this is a cool shooter." And what it should have been is, "Dude, look at how freaking incredible this shooter is. By the way, there's some quirky characters in here." That's what it should have been. They did it backwards. 100%. Yep, I know. Yep. Sony is to blame or whoever like was deciding those. Sony and Firewalk definitely have a part to blame. But people's the general consumer of gamer unwillingness to listen to the people that are actually telling you what the game actually is and who the game actually is for, the unwillingness to listen and the unwillingness to like give it a chance and look past that stuff is also very much so to blame. And including people that are intentionally going out of the way just to hate on this, either for a political reason or because they don't like Sony because of what happened with Helldivers, or because they don't like what Sony's doing, that Sony's trying to make a live service at all because all they want them to only make single player games. There's so many different angles. There's so many different angles. And there's so many like angry people coming from each angle. And they're all like attacking this game, and they're all indirectly helping each other, and they're all pretending like everyone is saying the same thing when they're not. Everyone that's coming from all these different angles is like, this is the reason why this game is failing. Look at everyone's agreeing with me, but actually there's like 7 different angles that are all doing that. Thinking that they're the only reason that the game is failing. But they're all actually helping each other kill the game for different reasons. That is what happened to this game.
It's the
Next.
last member of the
G.
crew.
Maury's kind of on edge. That's unfortunate. He's a good guy, man.
It's
That makes me
Next.
sad.
member of the
G.
crew.
All right, we don't need to just come in and be negative. I don't get what your intention is. Game failed because I've never heard about it today, and it's getting shut down. Well, that's a snowball effect based on what I just said. What I just said led to people not being interested in the game for one reason or another, and therefore it not getting the attention that it deserves. And there not being enough, the right people not playing the game, the people like me that this game is for, which there's plenty of those people, because this game could be for a lot of people because it's so good. So then what happens is the right people are not playing the game, so there's not enough people being a voice for the game to like market the game for Firewalk, because Firewalk marketed it wrong, or Sony marketed it wrong. The game wasn't good. Don't blame others. Oh my god. Ah. Looks like another hero shooter. Did it do anything unique? Yes, very much so. I don't know if I can go into detail about it again, though. I already did. Honestly, I'm like losing my voice. There's a lot of unique aspects in the game, and I don't like hero shooters, but I love this game. I don't like live service games, but I love this game. I don't like sci-fi. I don't like Marvel-ish things. I don't like Overwatch, but I love this game. I can't keep repeating myself. I do have some YouTube videos up if you want to see them. They're on my YouTube channel. But yeah, it's nothing like Overwatch. That's the point. You're assuming it is because on surface level, if you're just looking at it, it might seem like it is like Overwatch. That's totally fair. I'm telling you it's not. Okay, well, you're wrong if you're going to say it's not special in any way. Oh, God. If there's people that are interested, where are they? They don't know that the game is made for them because they have preconceived notions about what the game is because it wasn't marketed properly, and people are making assumptions about what the game is when it's not. What's important is the game feel and some of the way the game feels to play and how a bunch of the different mechanics interlock with each other. Why should you invest time? Because I think it's the best shooter in many years. Who was it made for? If I might ask, I'm having trouble figuring that one out. Okay, to me, who this game is made for, the people that if so, okay, let's make an assumption here. If to me, the people that would enjoy this game if they play it for like 10 hours and uh know how all the mechanics work and really get into the flow of it. So let's just because I don't think it's a immediately fall in love with game. You have to like figure out how the matches work and shit.
It's the
Next.
and
Which I mean is most
of the
games,
team.
to be fair.
Crew.
So this game is for people who like the game feel, the satisfying nature and game feel of games like Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, Infamous, Titanfall 2, Destiny 2, Call of Duty, Control, a bunch of other various like action games and single player shooters. That's who this game is for. Because it's super satisfying to play, has a lot of interesting you can only okay, let me figure it out. Let me make it smaller. The only reason I did it is so that I can cover myself up from the VOD. Because I'm playing a VOD from yesterday so that I can actually focus on chat. So the smaller I am, the you know. Makes it confusing. Oh, it's okay. That's okay. It's okay. You don't get the Returnal or Infamous comparison at all. So the reason that I'm comparing it to some of these games is because the first thing that I would do when I describe a game like Returnal to somebody is I go, okay, this is a shooter that feels super satisfying to play, and like the dodging feels good, the shooting feels good, it looks beautiful, the effects are great, the sound design is great, and it feels very satisfying to shoot things and to use your abilities. That is how I would describe Returnal, and that is how I would describe Concord. That is why I'm comparing them. Because that's how I talk about games. Because I put I put game feel on a very high pedestal. Why is it satisfying? See, this is where it gets very difficult to actually explain with words. Like, it comes down to the smoothness of the animations and what, like, how each... I'm not evading questions. I'm trying to explain, but it's explaining game feel with words is extremely difficult. Play the game and explain while I show us? Okay, I mean, I could do that. Give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom. I haven't moved. You can't because because I feel? What? It's not about the exact thing, Higurashi. People are not listening to what I'm saying. It feels good to play is a valid point. Thank you. That's my point. Every game, almost every game that I like a lot is the first thing that I say about it is it feels good to play. Like, that's what I care about more than anything. That's why I like most of the games that I like. That's why, like, DMC is good. That's why Returnal's good. That's why Doom is good. It does have insanely smooth gameplay. That's what Concord has. That's what I'm saying. They're using the word smooth and satisfying and like punchy and good feedback. These are the things that matter to me in a video game. By far more than anything else. All of the DMC games, except 2. It's a little weird. Rainbow Six Siege is the game that I would consider the best shooter before this game. At least in its first couple of years. Rainbow Six Siege for its first couple of years were fantastic. All right, I'm gonna actually see if I can just play the game, but I need to go to the bathroom. I'm really not interested in just continuing to argue. I'm not muted. That's my VOD. I just wasn't here. I had to go to the bathroom. All right. I'm going to play the game, and I'm just gonna play the game, and I hope we can stay somewhat civil. I'm gonna not pay as much attention to the chat now because I'm gonna try to play the game. I'm feeling a little bit lightheaded, to be honest. The one with the teleporting orb, Itzy. I've been doing a lot of talking and like yeah, the game makes me feel lightheaded. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been drinking a lot. I already had a bunch. I got more water. Man, people that can't even spell the word woke. That's hilarious. That's a new low. All right, I'm going to actually just play the game because people are requesting that, and I would love to do that. Now, here's the thing. I feel like I'm under pressure now to make the game look good. I don't like that. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm just going to play it. Hopefully I play well. If I don't, apologies, but I can't control that, obviously. Usually I'm decent. So we'll see. I'm going to play it, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it a little differently, and I'm just going to like I'm gonna play the game, and I'm gonna explain what I'm doing, or like why I'm doing it, and like explain the flow of the match as it's happening. I'll do my best. Apologies if I know, but it's not. What I'm saying is, Overgrowth, it's literally not my job to do that. All I'm doing is I really like this game and I want more people to appreciate it for what it is. That's all I'm saying. It's not my job to make it look good. And, I'm just a normal dude. I mean, I will. I'm going to. I'm just like, I'm taking a moment because I'm genuinely feeling like lightheaded. There's a lot of talking to do for 3 hours straight. Without... I have been drinking, yeah. I've had a lot of water. We know the look good part ain't it. I mean, I disagree with that. I think it looks fantastic, except for the character designs. Everything else about the look of the game, I think, is wonderful. I love how colorful it is. As you can see, I love colors. All right. I wouldn't want to be paid to promote the game random. I'm not really down with that. I get why people do that, and I think that it's totally fair and that people can remain like level-headed. But I think it immediately implants an assumed bias in other people. So I don't really like the whole paid to stream things shit. I'm not really a fan of that. I think that you should just do it. Be your own person and not be influenced. Regardless of how influenced you are. You can still give a valid opinion even if you're being paid to play something. But people are going to assume you're not. So I would not want to be in that position. So I think that like I would avoid taking money to play a game. I am going to play the game. I'm just trying to eat something for a second. That's what I'm saying, Crepe. That's why it's impossible to explain my favorite aspect of the game, which is the way the game feels. You can't do that. Yeah, I would not be able to lie. Dude, if I was lying about my passion for this game, I'm literally, like, I'm a fantastic actor, I guess, is what you're saying. For the most part, it's people that are genuinely curious about the game that are left. Or people that, like, are at least being fair. Like, who's the person that keeps disagreeing or, like, challenging Overgrowth? Like, Overgrowth seems to be very anti a lot of the things that I'm saying, but we're not gonna ban people like that. At least they're being fair. Everyone who didn't buy this game is a homophobic, sick in the head Nazi who should be put in jail? No? What in the world? That's insane. Easy to get used to? I don't know. I think there's a decent amount of learning curve, but at the same time, yesterday my best friend played this game. He bought it just because I'm so passionate about it, I guess. I don't know. So he kind of got interested. He never plays multiplayer games at all. Like, I don't even know if he's played an online multiplayer game at all. Anything. And he's been playing games for as long as I have, like 28 years. He does not like multiplayer. And he bought this game. We played it yesterday, and he was having a good time. All right. I'm going to play some matches. Hopefully I do all right and am able to, like, show off how the game is played properly. And again, keep in mind that my biggest positive on this game is the way that it feels, which is very hard to convey with words or just by looking at it. Free-to-play would absolutely get a ton of people to play the game. The problem is, for me, is that I just don't like free-to-play. Like, I dislike everything about free-to-play. Yeah, I'll try Overgrowth. I mean, I usually do. I have plenty. I've been streaming for 2 weeks. I've actually done exactly that. There's been instances where I was like, that's why this game is good. That felt great. Because, like, some crazy scenario happened that I, like, outplayed somebody. So I will say that when that happens. It's happened plenty of times. No guarantees that's happening at this exact moment. I'm hoping I can play. I don't feel great now because I've been talking too much. I'm just being honest.
Member of the team.
G. Oh, I'm like not even on the screen. Yeah, that's mostly in the other mode that I'm not playing.
Come on, let's go.
Great. That's in the no respawn mode, which I would rather play, but yeah, people are being stupid in that. Because you get way more experience in it. All right. So again, the point of the game, the main point of the game is to switch characters when you die so that you gain perk bonuses. So right now I'm starting off with a fast character. And then after I die with her, every other character I play as, even if I play as this character again, will be like 30% faster. I don't know the exact number.
Danger! Perk up your ears! You got played.
I'm gonna relax on talking for a little bit.
Bad vibes right here.
Oh shit, they're all down here. No, 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 no. So one of the big aspects about this game is that it's important to know when to or not to engage in a firefight. That's like the biggest thing. There's a lot of dipping in and out of firefights and like deciding when you think you're in an advantageous position or not. Because it is pretty hard to kill people, so you have to be sure that you're going to be able to do it. Like right now, I need to... Oh shit. Okay, I think I'm good. Yeah.
Everywhere.
If he had more health, I would have bailed on that. Oh shit. See? Yeah, now I gotta bail. Oh, that one's not back yet. I'm gonna run to my team. Oh fuck. Yeah, so I could have maybe killed that dude, but I was unsure, so I bailed. And also, that's the character with a shotgun, so I really need to stay away from him. It's also very important that the characters have very unique, like, silhouettes and shit, so you know who you're dealing with and you know what they can do. Which, that is the, like, aspect of the game that is hero shooter-like. Right? I agree. Shit, 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 shit! And she has a teleportation abilities, because I'm playing a character that's very low on health, so I need to make sure to stay away from people if possible, so she can teleport away. And this other thing, this orb that I throw, it like messes with the character's weapon when I hit them with it, and then it bounces back, and you have to try to catch it in the air. And if you catch it, it powers up your weapon. So now I'm doing way more damage. See? He's being smart and disengaging. Oh shit, I should have reloaded. Okay, teammate got me there. There's a lot of strategy in like every single interaction. I'm always constantly thinking about my surroundings. Also, there's shit on the ground that the other enemy is planting that is making it, if I go near that stuff, I get, like, negative status effects applied to me. So it's important to, like, keep an eye on the map and clear negative or enemy stuff. So I haven't died, which is a little bit unusual. Shit! Oh, shit. Okay, what the fuck? Why did he go that way? Buddy just straight up... Oh, there's another Itzy. This might be... No! Eh. See, you gotta know when to get out. I might still die. Maybe not. Gameplay's a lot better to... Well, that's another problem. There's, like, I've gotten very good at the game. At least for, like, how long it's been out. So... I know how to play it. Where did that person go? Oh, shit. Oh, it's over! It's over! Oh, no, I bounced off the... No! Dude, no way. How did I get out of that? Oh, fuck. Knowing the map and knowing where the healing spots are is very important. Teammates can also heal me. There's a couple teammates that have healing abilities, but they're not just healers. They also are... Every character is a damage dealer, first and foremost. Everybody can kill everybody if you can outplay them and know what they do and what to do about them in this certain... Oh god. Yep, that might be it. Oh god, that's it. No way I get out of this. Oh my god! How am I still alive? What are you doing? Okay, I don't know what you were doing, buddy. And all of the... Okay, I'm not even, like, using the game's main mechanic because I haven't died yet, which is hilarious. So I guess I'm not doing a great job of showing off the game because I haven't used the crew mechanic. I don't know if I should do this, but I'm gonna try. Sweet. Am I gonna go flawless on the first match? Oh, hello. Oh, nope. Nope. Too many of them. I don't know if my team's with me. I don't think they are. I just missed a bunch there. Get him! Yo! Well, I think this was a good first match. Where is it? Damn! Yeah, that was one of my best matches that I've had. Sometimes, I mean, I've gone negative in some matches. So, I've had some pretty bad matches at the same time. (15-0). They weren't even low level. Well, there's a couple low level players, but there's a level 49 and a 43 on their team. That's the best match that I've ever had. 15-0, and I got 18 of the objectives out of 30. Well, okay. That wasn't a good. So it is a good showing for what the game is like because on one hand you aren't gonna get the same experience every time. Like that time I was the same character the whole time because I didn't die. But the thing is, like, usually I'll die 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times ish, and every time I die I switch characters to gain new perk bonuses. It does not feel like Overwatch. It does not feel like Overwatch. You can maybe say that you think that it looks like it. That's a more fair visual comparison. It does not feel like Overwatch. Oh God, the message. Too slow, dude. If you think that all that shit I was doing there was too slow, I didn't even receive the movement buff yet. The game gets 30% faster than that. It's not just another hero shooter. Nope. Perk bonuses is interesting, given a solid reason to switch for an advantage of smart design. Yep. Counter other players is what you need to do in Overwatch. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, there's that. You can also do that here. It's just that there's more than one layer to it. I'm like, I unfortunately, I'm kind of missing a lot out on most of what's happening on the YouTube stream. I'm kind of trying to just focus on the game now because people wanted me to play the game. Yeah, Johnny, they are taking the game down in a couple days, so people are shitting their pants and want to see what's going on. Why? If you want to see why the game has failed in its current state, Devilish, you can check out that video. And what you can check out is, I mean, I've made a few videos about it, but also on top of that, what I have to say is that Firewalk was bad at teaching people how to play the game. First of all, very important misstep. And second of all, show my arms. No, but Johnny Waffles, don't you know I'm some fat piece of shit loser? That's what multiple people have called me in this stream. Anyways, and Sony didn't know who to market the game to, and clearly went the characters first route when they should have went gameplay first. That was an issue. Just balding. Got him! Oh, fuck. Oh, I missed! Oh, fuck, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. No, 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 no. Don't die. Oh, sucker! I got healing. Nope, 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 nope. Shit. Team! Team! Team!
Pay attention.
Where'd she go? What the f- Is she just following me in circles? Okay.
Someone help me out.
Yes! Oh! See? The outplaying of people is so satisfying. I love that aspect about this game. Knowing the map. Holy fuck! Well, there we go. He shot me and then throwing knife blew me up. This one is this regular deathmatch? Yes, it is. Hello, Cody. So now I'm playing as a stealth. Holy shit, they're all in the middle. I'm playing as a stealth character that is good at like tagging enemies for my team, and kind of just like annoying them. I'm not really. This is one of the weakest characters, although all characters can kill. Like I said. Oh god, I'm so dead. This character is more about annoying the other team and like leading them astray, basically. I want to try to distract them. And also I have cameras to put up to ping enemies for my team. I also have something that disables their abilities. Nope, 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 no, no, I shouldn't have done that. Oh god. I might be dead. He's following me, I'm so dead. Oh, maybe not. He gave up for some reason.
Repairing my systems.
But again, the main priority of each character is to be able, like, it's important that they're able to get kills. This is like probably the hardest character to get kills with. I just like using her because she's so nimble and it's fun escaping people. It's literally just fun to run around and like not die. And I died. And now this is my favorite character. So I say that, so I'm probably going to die immediately. This is the character that I most like into playing something like Doom. He's got a really punchy shotgun. And it's super satisfying to use. And he also has a melee attack where he has like a spike on the end of his shotgun. Oh god. Yep, I'm gonna die. And I get invincibility to run away from people when I don't want to fight. That was a bad interaction.
Regaining health. An enemy. Taste my
And what's important about this character is that... Oh, fuck, she disappeared. Get her! Oh my god, I swung wrong. Nope. No! Is that by getting kills, you get your... on this character specifically, by getting kills, you get your abilities back, which made it so that I could do that. Oh god, and made it so that I could do this. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. So he's like a very rampagey character where like, the better you do, the better you'll do. The more you kill people, the more you will get your abilities back to continue killing people. Ah, fuck. I got too greedy. No, it's for everyone, Twin Soro. It is for everyone. So as I'm going here, I've increased my mobility speed. I've increased my reload speed. I just increased my dodge speed. And now by using this character, I get longer range on my weapon. All of which are very important, of course.
heaps of danger here.
Hello, going this way.
Oh, fuck. No, no, no. Oh, I thought my team was there. Shit! That didn't work. Pick Daw? Is there a max on the number of bonuses? Yeah, because there's only a certain amount of bonuses. There's only 6 bonuses, because there's only 6 different classes.
Be cautious.
Concord sucks. Damn.
Don't let them shut us down.
Oh, there's supposed to be a variant for Star Child. Is that what it is? I didn't even look at it. Yo, so the way that you're supposed to use this character is like you rush in, get a kill, and then get out, basically. He's very, It doesn't matter to me what the game looks like. It's all about what it feels like to play and how I like how all the mechanics tie together.
Watch this. Grenade.
Oh, shit. Ooh. So, last match I went 15-0. Somehow. That was insane. And then there, not too hot.
Hey, at least we gave them a run for their money.
8-4. Well, I guess I didn't do too bad. My team kind of did. Daw? Daw's good. Copy Black Ops 3. Can I show Haymar? I've never used Haymar. That'll be a disaster. There's a couple characters that I just haven't used. She's not really my style because she's like very, very floaty. Like she literally floats around the map, and that's not really my thing. I don't know, Overgrowth. I mean, it's hard. It's really, the problem is that it's hard to tell because there's been so much confusion, misinformation, and like hatred that like it's so difficult to see what people's genuine takes are, because everything is just a mess. You can't have a normal conversation. As you can see by the chat, you can't have a normal conversation about this game. Black Ops 3 was great. I loved it. For pretty much all the exact same reasons that I love this game. It felt great to play, and I liked how a lot of the mechanics worked. Appreciate your passion and commend you on not snapping on all the people who can't have normal conversations. Thank you for appreciating and realizing that. I hope you have a... it's been especially because I've been dealing with that for 2 weeks straight. I'm gonna try Roka. I'm not really good with her though. I'm probably just gonna die. I can try Haymar. It's just I'm probably gonna fail because I literally haven't. I've used her like once. There's so many streamers that snap at anything. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm not. You're not gonna phase me with your dumb like
Bring that
insults.
down. We've got a
Sorry.
reputation to uphold.
I'm confident in my own opinion, and I'm confident in who I am as a person. You like. I don't know why people think that they can just say shit about people and like ruin them. It's so stupid. It's stupid that like people want to do that in the first place. Yeah. I mean, yes, there's plenty of instigating happening. This game is very great. It might not be exactly for you, and that's totally fine. I like almost everything about it, and it's extremely unfair the way it's in the way that it has been treated. I can't speak anymore. I'm losing my voice. I can feel it. It's the most unfair that any game has ever been treated in like proportion to how good it is. From my experience, there's some games that have been equally like had similar things happen, but I wasn't like involved with them. That's totally fair if that's the case. But from my perspective, this is the like, oh shit. All right, surprised that worked. See, I don't love this character I'm using right now because she's very like verticality based, which it's fine, but she's like very much so about like floating around the map, and that's not really me because I'm gonna die.
Gotta heal. Hang on. Watch yourself. Started.
Go! See, that's super satisfying. Just like barely dodging out of the way. She probably was about to kill me, but I timed it
Enemies watching me.
at the right time and got out of the way. Oh fuck! I wasn't paying attention. I'm not trying to convince myself anything. I know what makes a good video game good, and this is it. This is one of them. Just like From Software games are good. Just like Capcom makes a bunch of great games. Just like Nintendo does. Just like Sony makes other great games. Just like Hollow Knight is great. Just like Guacamelee is great. Just like Slay the Spire is great. Oh, fuck me. I'm so dead. Yep, that was a bad timing. How strong is the aim assist? I don't know.
The expert's on it.
See, now this character feels a lot better. If I would have started with this character... Oh god, that was so bad. Man, he's jumping so much! Holy shit!
Healing up.
That makes her... Wow, that makes this character not work very well when somebody's doing that. Shit! Go! But now that I have a movement speed boost and I can reload faster, this character actually becomes useful. There's no way. There's no... Okay, that's what I thought. See, that character has a thing that disables projectiles. Which he was trying to do, and I kind of played around it a little bit.
Grenade. My stuff's better.
Ah! Again, one of the most important aspects about this game, is knowing when to get out of a situation and when to enter a situation.
Taking a minute to heal.
That's how the game kind of flows. It's like you're constantly testing the waters, being like, can I win this? And then you're like, shit, no, I can't. I'm gonna back out. It's all about making decisions. And knowing when to like jump in on a teammate. It feels like Quake almost. I've heard that comparison a lot. I haven't played Quake, so I can't speak to it. But people that have played this and Quake do say that. That's all I can say. I'm not going to pretend to have an opinion. Oh yeah, De Beers is good. De Beers is not easy to use, but De Beers is good. Stop sucking up my shit. Goodbye. Oh, I tagged her. I tagged her. Get her. Oh, she's so dead. She's ran into everybody. Got her. The game is extremely balanced. It's actually like one of the most balanced games that I've ever played, especially on launch. It's actually super weird. Like, all of the characters are useful and work. There's a couple that are definitely probably better, and a couple that, or like one that maybe I think might not be quite as good as the other, but for the most part, it's very balanced. Alright, that was a little bit of a better match for me. Alright, what's happening in the YouTube chat? I feel like I need YouTube mods. Okay, we're talking about politics shit. No, thank you. Is that what was happening? Sorry, I'm somewhat neglecting the new YouTube chat. But there's too many people on Twitch. I think I banned the right person. You look like this game intended audience. It seems like a great game. Would love to try it. Yep, it is. They are removing it because people have basically bullied it out of existence. You can't. They're removing it, which is extremely unfortunate. It's fantastic. It's not bad. Oh my god. They're removing it because it didn't get the reception that it needed, like in a player base that it needed to continue on where it is. What happened is it was removed. Alright, if you're just gonna say, cause it's bad, I'm sorry, my guy, like, you're not interesting to talk to. Goodbye. Don't remove the village idiot. I was breaking his tiny little mind. My generic game? Okay. Etienne, you've done nothing but troll. You're gone too. No, thank you. It's a conspiracy? Maybe.
Come on, let's go!
No interest in talking about pronouns. Better games that are free? Totally disagree. Totally disagree. Disagree entirely. I think this is absolutely better than every free-to-play shooter that is on the market currently.
Take down the rival crew and collect their bounty cards.
Only thing that might be close in terms of quality is probably like Warzone.
Good luck trying to catch me.
Yeah, but I know that's why they're asking it. I mean, I guess not, technically. I guess technically that could be someone genuinely asking that. I guess I was assuming that they're here to troll. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Shit, man! Last time I went 15-0 with her and then I just died immediately on this round. Let's try Daw again.
Me and my crew.
It's not like Valorant, no. This game is like, it's most similar to Destiny 2 if you want to compare it to a single game. But to me, what is special about this game is the way that it feels to play, and I liken it to games like Doom and Returnal and Ratchet and Clank and Vanquish, in that it is super satisfying to pull things off and move around and dodge and use abilities and shoot your weapon. Oh my god, I'm in such a bad position. Oh no! God, that was too close. She's so pressury. Ratchet would be a perfect... Yeah, Ratchet and Clank would literally... You could just straight up rip him out of Ratchet and Clank and put him in this game and he would fit it. The general consensus on this game, is there a melee? Yes. Everyone has a melee. The general consensus on this game is extremely wrong. And I never say that about anything. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, I cannot believe he just killed me like that. Holy shit, that was terrifying.
Fine. Too bad.
If anybody has specific questions about the game that I'm not answering, I apologize. I would highly recommend you go to the last 3 videos that I uploaded on YouTube and check those out.
Make way.
I don't know what I'm going to stream, to be honest. Before, I was just kind of streaming random stuff, whatever I was playing at the moment. Some Slay the Spire, some,
Grenade. Foolish.
I was playing Flintlock, I was playing Stellar Blade. So, I don't really know.
Watch this.
The community is misinformed about what this game actually is. And can't see positive takes on it because it's all buried under negative stuff that really shouldn't, that isn't fair to the game, about like political nonsense and about the fact that the game costs money. When it's totally fair for this game to ask for money. And it's very unfortunate that we're in an industry that is now disciplining games that want money. Or like that are asking for money up front just because it's a multiplayer game. That's very unfortunate that we're in this position.
Make way.
It's not funny, it's sad. This game is incredible. And you can tell that it's been worked on by industry veterans. It's so obvious because of how good this game feels and how smart some of the mechanics are. And how they interlock with each other. Run! Oh shit! No, that wasn't supposed to... Oh, I messed up. I don't know. I think it's spread out. I think that there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking for $40 for this game. That's totally a reasonable amount of money. The problem is that everything else has gone free to play and that people accept that as like the default. That's the problem. And I've known that's a problem all along. And this game is like one reason, or like a perfect example of why that's such a frustrating thing. The fact that this game has to be free to succeed, essentially, is what it seems like. Basically, that's what they're going to learn from this, is just so frustrating. So frustrating. It doesn't have microtransactions in it. It doesn't have a battle pass. They intended to add a shop to the game in about 2 months, and my take on that is that if that shop was egregiously priced and shitty and like the microtransactions were clearly being like, they were clearly pushing you towards them with how the menu's designed and clearly like taking away value of the game itself by like giving you pointless things to earn in game, and stuff costed an exorbitant amount of money. If all that happened, then I would be very upset with how they implemented it. But if it didn't go that route, then I wouldn't be upset with the fact that it has a store. Yeah, it is, Scion. I got you. I got you. What's going on here? Oh, fuck. No. No! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I don't know what's happening. Oh my god, they're everywhere. I don't even know what to focus on. Okay, I need to heal. Okay, I don't know. I really am surprised I didn't die there. We need more single-player games with added-on multiplayer. This game feels like a weird fusion of single-player and multiplayer. And what I mean by that is that it feels like... It feels that it's like as tightly designed as a single-player game is, but it just happens to be a multiplayer game. I don't agree, Sonic, because the amount of people that have told me the exact opposite is staggering. The amount of people that have been like, I want to play this, but it costs money, therefore I'm not getting it, or I'm gonna wait till it's free. Literally like hundreds of comments. There's so many people that feel that way. And Helldivers 2 is not strictly, it's not PvP. The fact that this game is PvP for some reason now is synonymous with being free, because like everything around it is. And that's very frustrating, because this game deserves to, it is totally worth $40. Like, that's not even a question.
It's the
Next.
member of the DG crew.
And I agree that the game should be that they should have done like some free trials and stuff. 100%. So that people would actually get their hands on it first before committing the money. 100%. And you could say that the beta was that, but but again, that's where another issue comes in. People just, first of all, didn't even know that it existed. And second of all, the onboarding for the game was not good, so people didn't know how to play it. People didn't understand how the mechanics worked. Damn, man, this game pretty much ended paid PvP games. I mean, that's what it feels like. There was 400 people here at one point. That's insane. It was like 2 weekends. Well, one weekend you had to have pre-ordered the game or play it on PlayStation Plus, and then the second one was open to anybody. I totally disagree, Tietown. Totally. I don't know why. Like, people are just... I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, if... the difference is the people commenting that are coming strictly from a multiplayer standpoint versus people that are coming from a video game standpoint, whether it is single player or multiplayer. I think that's a key differentiator here. I'm coming as someone who likes video games of all sorts. So like $40 to buy a video game is just a totally normal thing. And that's less than I usually spend on like a single player game. And I've already spent 100 hours with this game. People love to bring up like the value of spending money on a game and shit based on length, which I think is dumb. But if you're gonna do that, I've played this game for 100 hours already, like, and it's been a great time. $40 is not anything for a video game. That's being way over focused on. I find it strange. Again, unless you were someone who only plays free-to-play games, which like then it's like, I mean, I guess I get your perspective, but that doesn't mean that you have to then force that on everything else. No waste money on funny looking messages. See? You could do that, like Scion. This is a great map. I thought I could climb that. I need to be faster first. Yeah, exactly. That was 8 years ago. Times have very much so changed since then, is the thing.
Intel coming your way.
I shouldn't have gone up there with her. Oh shit, what? Oh my god. Oh, not you. No, not Cloud Castle Lake. Nope. No way. I'm not fighting Lurk. Not today.
Chill, I need to heal.
Gotcha.
everywhere. Excellent.
Need a sec to heal.
Didn't have a great impression on the beta. Well, but again, like I said, they were not great at displaying what is special about the game with the beta. There was like no onboarding, so there was a failure to communicate. Are you surprised? Yes, 100%. I'm very surprised. But, oh my god. Why do people, like, what is wrong with people with, like, wanting things to fail? Like, how sad of a human being do you have to be to want that? No marketing? Yep, agreed. No marketing, and also, like, wrongly directed marketing. Because people were immediately and still assuming this game is an Overwatch clone when it's really nothing like Overwatch. And appeals to me because it's nothing like Overwatch. It appeals to me for very different reasons.
Trouble here. I really need to back up.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he got his pistol! Yeah, I messed up. I know, Colin. I already have. I'm not answering everything. Yes, it's not completely canceled. It will come back in some other form. Like, they're not just going to completely abandon it. It's just that they're going to, unfortunately, maybe put it on to PlayStation Plus, which is a little bit better. I hope they don't go full free-to-play, because that shit stinks. If they put it on, like, PlayStation Plus Extra or something, or in, like, reduce the price and, like, relaunch it, that's totally fine. If it goes full free-to-play, that would really suck. That would really suck. Why do I hate free-to-play games? That is a half an hour of a conversation that I don't feel like having. There's not really much reason to like... Literally every reason that I could possibly have to dislike free-to-play games, I have. And if you don't know what those are, like, I don't know how to have that conversation. Shit! Oh my god! I don't know, Rich. I don't know. It'll depend on how they implement it. I like the game a lot, so, like, I don't know. Yeah, part of the problem of free-to-play is that it then enforces that other games must be free-to-play to compete, which sucks, and that like cuts people out and devalues games in general, because then people are expecting games to be free, which sucks. And also it invites cheaters. It also invites, like, bad menu design in terms of, like, trying to get you to go to the microtransactions, and they're very pushy about that shit. And also they're gonna have, like, bad prices on stuff and, like, prey on people that just want cool stuff, but they're gonna charge like $15-20 for something that really has no value. Like, that shit sucks. Totally sucks.
Yes, indeed.
If you intentionally want something to be free to play, yeah, that's not... I don't think that's a good mindset to have. The only good thing about free-to-play, it's fine that some free-to-play things exist, but the second that you then use free-to-play as an example to, like, shit on something that isn't free-to-play, that's where the problem comes in. That's one of the reasons that I hate free-to-play so much, is because now people won't buy this game that deserves to be paid for because it's fantastic. But it's not free, so I ain't touching it. Like, what the fuck? Since when are, like, things aren't supposed to be free by default? That's not how this works. So stupid. Okay, I'm not winning this. I'm not winning this. Who's coming after me? Oh, he's got a shield. Oh, they're coming together. Uh-oh. Oh! Did he get a little bit of healing there? What was that? I almost won that. I'm gonna go back in with my teammate here. Come on, Kips. Surround him. Okay, now they're screwed. Right.
Gotta heal back.
Okay, my teammate abandoned me. That's not very helpful, is it? Oh, she got the healing! Oh my god.
I need some backup.
I thought I actually had a winning strategy there. Yeah, that's a pretty strong orb. It really is.
Saw an enemy here. Someone cover me.
Get her! Get her! Thank you. I like don't use my healing orbs as Jabali. I'm not used to playing as him. Anybody who's being genuinely hateful towards a game for one reason or another is like, you really suck. You're really sucking the fun out of video games. You do realize that, right? Like, what what is wrong with you? Where are they? They gotta be up here.
Targeting me.
Oh, fuck, I missed. No way! Here's one shot.
Fight.
Have I played Dustborn? No, I immediately had no interest in Dustborn the second I saw it. That is very much so not interesting to me. But I'm also not going to go out of my way to tell people how much I hate Dustborn. Like, I'm not an asshole.
Enemy here.
I'm just like, no, I immediately know that this game's not for me, and I'm never going to speak about it again unless somebody else asks me a question about it. Like, why is people's first instinct to be an asshole? So stupid.
The win was right there, and it slipped through our fingers.
I mean, how do I feel about the news? I've been talking about it for 4 hours, so I can't answer that question. You can go rewatch the VOD if you want. Cam Newton? Who's that? I kind of recognize that name, but I don't know. Well, I see he does have a hat. One of the first pictures I see, he does have a brimmed hat, so I mean, I guess I see it. You weren't here? I know, but I'm just like literally running out of breath and my throat hurts and I'm losing my voice. Show bicep. Oh, I didn't see that. I can't keep. No, I'll do it. Yo! I didn't do it for Johnny earlier, so I'll do it for you. There you go. No banana for you. No banana for you. Yeah, I'm very critical of video games. Which is like why my love for this game is probably surprising to people that are familiar with me, because I'm usually pretty like I can be pretty negative about pretty specific things about games, especially game feel. That's the number one thing I care about, and that's why I like this so much. No, the game is not completely disappearing. There's no way. I would be extremely surprised if this game actually genuinely just doesn't come back. That would be very surprising. Very surprising. And completely, literally like the worst thing that's ever happened in video games. Like, I don't even know how to feel if that were to happen. This game is incredible. I'm not saying that, Scion. Oh no, it's not working. What? No, working. No, I want to give you the banana. No! Shit. Let me reopen it. Let me try to reopen it. Oh, it's still not working. What the heck? Rude! I can't do the banana thing. Why? Maybe it's signed out. Aw, man, it's not. I don't know why it's not working. How I decide on games, I pay $40. I'll give it 40-ish hours to make a judgment call. I would have played the shit out of this if I would have known about it. Well, I mean, that checks out for me. What, Rich? What are you talking about? All right, does it work now? There's your banana, Scion. That's for you. I know, but I don't know what you're talking about, what the rest of what you're talking about. The cool setup with your girlfriend. What does that mean? I guess the answer is no then, because I don't know what you're talking about. Splitgate? I mean, I guess so, yeah, kind of. I mean, which is like Halo, which this game is definitely comparable to. Are you talking about Jam Jam, Rich? Or Maury? I don't know. Like, there's a few streamers that I'm aware of. I don't know who you would be talking about, though.
It is only human to commit a sin.
You banned me from chatting because I said the game had less than 100
Oh, Babby, $1 from
Now that
Anonymous.
it's
So,
being
Babby,
shut
you
down,
banned me
are
from
you
chatting
done
because I said the game had less than 100 players. Now that it's being shut down, are you done coping?
That's not what that means. G. Oh, man. That's not how that works, dude. Yeah, apparently.
They want to fight, huh? Then give it to them.
The Dark Souls 1 guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I'm a massive fan of Dark Souls. From Software is the best developer in the business. 40 more and they could have just bought the game. Yeah, I guess so. Yo! Uh-oh, that's not good. Gotta go around. Oh fuck. Oh no. Is my team there? Kind of. My team's kind of there. Get her. Get him. Get him. Take him out.
It is
Yes.
only human to commit a sin.
Oh no, it's gonna be.
We
Oh, it's
love
Cody.
bits from anonymous stream hoppers, don't we, folks?
Cody Lafler literally just gave me 100 bits. Thank you, kind one. We love bits from anonymous stream hoppers, don't we, folks?
It is only human.
Oh god, it's just gonna keep. Oh no. Thank you, Cody. And Scion.
Science 720
Oh.
literally just gave me 100 bits. Thank you, kind one. I do. Need a sec to heal.
It's not about knowing a game is going to die or not. The problem is whether or not it deserves to, which it absolutely does not. That's my whole point. It doesn't matter if it does or doesn't. It's not going to affect how I feel about the game and how good I know that it is. That has nothing to do with my enjoyment of the game, whether or not... Like, my enjoyment of the game currently is not affected by the fact that it doesn't exist in a week. It's still, like, one of the best shooters that I've ever played. That doesn't change anything. All that does is show me that people are either unaware of this game's existence, which plenty of people have said, or
Me and my crew.
they don't, like, the game was not, like, marketed to the right people. Which it wasn't. Or, like, not marketed at all, even. And that the conversations were totally clouded the entire time with negativity that it didn't deserve. So, of course, people didn't know what it was. Obviously. I watched it happen over the past 2 months. I've watched the entire thing unfold. I'm very aware of exactly what happened. So I'm not surprised that it's in the position that it's in. That doesn't mean that... Like, if you would have asked me to predict exactly what was going to happen, like, obviously I knew that it wasn't doing very well. Obviously. But that's not a judgment on the quality of the game. At all. Because anybody who's, like, most people complaining about the game are not even remotely talking about the game. They're talking about how much it costs. They're talking about how woke it is. They're talking about that Sony's not making enough single-player games, and they think that this game is, like, stealing the thunder and the resources. Like, it's just totally just all surrounding bullshit.
The expert's on it.
So of course it didn't reach the right people. Alright, people, you need to get rid of it. Wait, can I? Okay. Those were weird placements.
Hey, need a second to heal. Sniper! Not
No, I don't. I don't have another example. This is the only game that I've ever, like, truly really liked that has, like, had this kind of, even remotely this kind of response to it. Every other game that I would consider a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 game is like a very well received game. Except this one. And so I'm not just randomly wrong once. I'm sorry, but that's just not how it works. I don't care about the surrounding stuff. I'm talking about how the game feels, how the mechanics work, and how they interlock with each other. That's what matters to me in every video game, and all of that is fantastic here.
healing up. Lost by you. Keep me on speed dial.
Too floaty. See, I don't like floaty games at all. And this game totally has, like, changed my mind on that because of how satisfying it is regardless of being floaty. Like, that is usually one of the biggest, I just blew her up. That is usually one of the biggest hangups for me in any video game, is it being floaty is an issue. Absolutely. I hate that. That's why I've never liked, really gotten into Halo or any similar shooters. I don't like that style. I prefer things to be more, like, grounded and, like, weighty and, like, I don't know. This game does so many things right that I'm just not, that it changed my mind on that. I love the maps. I think they flow super well.
Hey, need a second to heal.
Now that I've learned them, it's very, like, satisfying to know where the health packs are and know how to, like, escape through little, like, find an escape path and know when to engage or disengage from a situation. I think it works perfectly well. There's actually none of the maps that oh god, I don't dislike any of the maps at this point. which is very rare. I also don't dislike any of the characters, except for this fucking mushroom dude here. But that's more of a me problem, I think. Oh god, what just... I got sniped, apparently.
On my mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good word to use. The maps in general are just like playgrounds. That is a good way to describe all of the maps, honestly, and how they flow. If it was free to play from the start... Well, the thing is, but see, here's the thing about free to play, is that, like, in my eyes, a game being free to play means that, like, it just implicates a lot of different, or implies a lot of different things that this game couldn't exist in the exact way that it does if it was free to play. Like, it would inherently, the progression and shit would be different in the first place, because it would have to be very pushy in trying to get you to spend money on it, because it would need a lot of money.
They thought they had us. Ha! They really did.
So it wouldn't be the exact same game. That's why I don't like free-to-play, is because it's immediately from its inception, when a game is free-to-play, it is compromised by the fact that it is free-to-play. So then you build around that. I don't like that. I have no idea, money. I honestly have no idea. Maybe Astrobot. I mean, that was the next game I wanted to play. I also want to play Wukong. I really don't know. The games I've streamed most on this channel are Super Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. And the reasons that I like Super Smash Bros. And Mario Kart are similar to why I love this game. It's just like, it's just fun. It's just fun. Like, I can boil it down to one word if you want. Mario Kart is just fun. And I like everything about it. This feels like Nintendo. The character designs are unappealing. I agree. 100%. 100% I agree. Yep. It's my least favorite. It's definitely the biggest negative of the game to me. It's almost the only negative to me. The character design is straight up ass. That's a little bit strong. I don't like the character designs, and is my biggest negative. But the thing is that I can easily look past that and just play the game. But it is definitely the weakest aspect of the game. Explain my opinion on the stream's name. What did I name it? Oh. Because I think this game is fantastic, and proportionate to how good this game is and the way that it's been treated is like this. So it's the biggest failure for the gaming community to realize a great game without burying it under all of these unfair arguments and not letting it like shine through. So that's kind of what I mean by that. Yes, but to me, the people that would enjoy this game either don't know it exists or have assumptions about it that aren't true, or are not seeing the positive things being said about it because they're buried under so much negative shit that you can't see it. That's why. That's why this is so unfair. Oh, she took him. Somebody took her. What's a good character to main as a beginner? So the thing with this game is that you are not supposed to main a character. That's actually one of the most important aspects about the game, is that you're not supposed to main anyone. I mean, you can. I have characters that I usually end up on, but the point of the game is to swap characters to gain perks. Each character is part of a class that then gives you a perk when you die. They give you a perk to then use for the rest of the characters, and they keep stacking.
Down the rival crew and collect their
But I would say like decent characters to use as a beginner would be Lark and maybe Lennox if you're like good at aiming, because he's very good. Teo is probably a good starting character because he is pretty like he's like the standard Call of Duty generic soldier insert. He's just got a assault rifle and some grenades and shit, so he's not too complicated. He has a smoke grenade which you can like see through with his iron sights, but other than that, he's one of the more simple characters.
Right into that. Oh, I'm loving this.
I don't know if I'm running into somebody. Oh, I guess not.
Healing up.
Was it a casual game? I think that there could be deep competitive nature to this game, but at the same time, it's also very casual. I've been enjoying it, like, it's totally, that's why, another reason I love this game. It can be played by so many different kinds of people and enjoyed, and it's never frustrating. Almost every multiplayer game I play, even ones that I really like, I get frustrated quite a bit when I die or when I lose or whatever. It doesn't really happen here. Because everything feels so balanced and so like well thought out and fair, and there's no like, there's been a few laggy matches or whatever, but that's normal, but for the most part there's no like connection issues and shit that it's like, oh man, I shouldn't have died there. Like I don't know, that that's maybe happened once or twice when it's lagged or something, but I never get that feeling, which is super rare. That's like every game, every multiplayer game, that happens all the time, where it's like, oh my god, what the fuck, that wasn't fair, blah. Whatever. Like, you feel that feeling, and that doesn't happen here because it's so well balanced. It doesn't play anything like Valorant. It's... yeah, no, I can't even elaborate. For the 79th time. Okay, this... oh, she's dead. Okay, okay. I'll collect that. I'll collect that. Oh, you weren't supposed to be there. Damn it! That sucked. Some of the character balancing was all over the place. No, they haven't even, like, I don't even think they've balanced, I don't even think they've patched any of the character balancing. Feels unfair? Oh, that game feels oh, okay, okay. There's a couple characters that are probably the best characters by a little bit, but in comparison to how, like, unbalanced things can feel in other games, it's not even remotely close. And also, it's like it's maybe 2 or 3 characters. Like, oh shit! I just grenaded myself. Why did they cancel the game? There wasn't enough people playing it. Because of a million different reasons that I've repeated for 4.5 hours straight now. Every character feels the same. No, they don't, though. I'm the one playing the game. I'm telling you, they don't even remotely feel the same. That's a wild thing to say. First of all, you can't look at feeling. That's what I'm saying. This game feels good. Feels, meaning you have to play it. Which is the unfortunate part of the fact that it costing money stops people from being able to play it. I understand that. But I want it to cost the money. I want them to do free trials so that people can get interested before having to commit the money. That's totally a fair take to have. That's totally fair. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Because they wanted to actually ask money for a premium video game. Because that's what it is, and they were right in doing so. But unfortunately, the market doesn't support that for some reason. Among many other reasons for why this game has failed, that is one of them. It is not just that reason. Part of the reason that I was so adamant and wanted to buy the game in the first place before I even, like, before I played the beta, or before, like, the game came out, and, like, after playing the beta or whatever, even, like, not knowing that much about the game, it's refreshing to see them ask money for a multiplayer game. That, like, put a lot of faith in the game for me. Because I'm like, damn, they're actually, like, asking for money for a multiplayer game. That's fantastic. This is what I want. And then it turns out that it's a fantastic game. So I was glad that I felt that inclination. Oh, shit. Damn it. I think that guy's trying to come after me. Wow, he died before I could even get to him. No! Where'd you go? There you are. Is there another one? You're dead! Oh, she got me, damn. Every time you die, you don't have to. The reason I don't really have to anymore. I'm just used to doing it. Every time you die, you gain a perk bonus from that character permanently for the rest of the match. Whether it be faster movement speed, faster reload, faster healing, faster dodge cooldown, longer range, or less weapon recoil. So the point of the game is to play more than one character, so that you can stack up your perks, so that by the time you've gotten like a few characters in, you're like a super soldier basically. And everyone's doing that, so like the match is escalating the entire time because everyone's getting more efficient. And I love it. It's such a cool idea. And then you have to like pay attention to the order you're picking your characters in, because whatever you decide you want, like maybe you like a certain character, but you only like them when they have faster reload speed. So you got to make sure to use one of the characters that gives you faster reload speed first.
I love this feeling. All of us together, coin in our pockets.
It's not all about being unique. Part of the reason this game is great is because it takes clear inspiration from various different video games, whether they be single player or multiplayer, and meshes them together into a wonderful product. Uniqueness is not the only thing that matters with a video game. I would argue, in fact, that things iterating on one another is more important than something being unique. I really don't think the game is permanently going away. That would be very surprising to me. Is this a top 3 game of all time? No. I mean, not at the moment, no. Probably like top 25. I don't know where in there, but probably. And I've played about 800 games. I have them all logged on backlogged. My message failed to send. What? Oh, did it fail to send because slow mode is on? Wow, that's so funny. It's not a crazy take. It is my opinion. I have no idea, Senka. If it does that, I will determine at that point whether or not I think that they are treating it fairly. If it is some abysmal free-to-play mess, which most other free-to-play games are, then I guess maybe I won't. This is what is supposed to post when I type the reviews thing. Yeah, I've played a bunch of different video games. You can see the ones that I do or don't like based on what rating I gave them on that site. It's my top 5. I'll give you like top 5 franchises, because it's very hard for me to list things in proper order. My favorite franchises are like Dark Souls, or anything that From Software makes as of recent, like including Elden Ring, including Bloodborne, just Dark Souls, including those games. That's number 1. Number 2 and 3 are probably Super Smash Brothers and Mario Kart. All of the entries, I love them. Slay the Spire honestly might be pretty high up on the list. I think it's a fantastic deck builder, roguelike. And then maybe so either like Persona 4 Golden or Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver is up there. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild is up there, and Wind Waker. Rainbow Six Siege is up there for the first couple of years that it existed, at least. I'm very excited for Slay the Spire too, of course. What else? I mean, there's a lot of other ones. I'm blanking, but there's a lot of other games. Basically, go and look on that site. I linked to Backlogged. Anything I gave a 5-star. That's my top. I guess I could just go there and look at it myself, so I can refresh myself. Divinity: Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 are fantastic. Hi-Fi Rush is fantastic. So these are some of the games. You never tried it out? So these are some of the these are like some of my favorite games, basically. All these games I've given a 5-star on Backlogged. Elden Ring, Borderlands 2, Balatro, Persona 3, Reload, Persona 4 Golden, Cobalt Core, Armored Core 6, Super Smash Brothers, every Super Smash Brothers, every Mario Kart, Slay the Spire, Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Lies of P, Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Rainbow Six Siege, Wind Waker, Zelda, Wind Waker, Zelda, Breath of the Wild, The Last of Us 1 and 2. That is just top-selling games, Liz. No, it's not. I love a lot of Final Fantasy games and Metal Gear as well. Last of Us 2, Last of Us, Tearaway, Sekiro, Rogue Legacy, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Hi-Fi Rush, Returnal, Resogun, a bunch of different Pokemon games that range from like up until 2010-ish. Give me a game that is relatively not popular but you like. Nobody Saves the World, Neon White, Need for Speed Unbound, Rogue Legacy, Tearaway, Slay the Spire, I guess, Guacamelee, Rogue Legacy 2, Plants vs. Zombies, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, which is a little bit of a nostalgia thing for me, Blasphemous 2, Diddy Kong Racing, Transistor, Wild Frost, Severed, SteamWorld Dig 2, Psychonauts 2, Prey, Peggle. I like all the Metal Gear games. I like all of the God of War games. Hollow Knight. I like the Infamous games. I like Killzone. I don't know. I like all sorts of games. I'm skipping so many of them. But like, I love all sorts of different video games. I played The Witness. I did not like it. It was way too obtuse. I don't like puzzle games in the first place, so that game was like all puzzles, obviously, which I kind of liked it a little bit at first, but no, specifically the first traditional Plants vs. Zombies. I like all of the God of War games, all 8 of them. I don't hate on puzzle games. It's just puzzles are my least favorite aspect of most video games that they're in. Psychonauts 2, yeah. See, I was just listing off games that I've given a 5 or a 4.5 out of 5 on my on Backlogged. I like all sorts of different various very good video games, and Concord is one of them. And people's refusal to admit that I can have that opinion or think that is just insane and very annoying. I'm telling you, people are wrong about Concord. Favorite puzzle game, like favorite game that is strictly a puzzle game? Or what do you mean? Yeah, because everything is... Everything I was saying is fine until I say Concord's part of the list, and then all of a sudden somebody says Copium. Like, yeah, I love Uncharted. They're all great. They got better over time for the most part. Well, yeah, I don't know. Uncharted 1 is the weakest. The rest of them are all pretty similarly great. Catherine's fantastic. I love Catherine. That actually introduced me to Persona, which is also awesome. Puzzle centric. Well, last year a game I really liked was Cocoon. I almost said Concord. Cocoon is a very good puzzle centric game because it's so simple and it makes you like feel smart about what you're doing at the same time. And it never really like stumped me and annoyed me. That's usually what's the problem is. It's like when I spend too long not understanding the solution that the game is trying to present, then it turns into frustration. That's where I have a disconnect with puzzles. It's like I want it to feel difficult, but then figure it out myself. And like when there's an issue there, then it gets frustrating. And I feel like Witness tried like way too hard to be obtuse, that it was just getting frustrating. But yeah. What role is one-off the robot? Anchor, meaning like somewhat adjacent to what you would consider a tank. So when after you use one-off, you earn the ability to heal faster, receive more healing when you're healed. That's his purpose. Played a few rounds of Rivalry, and the queue time was literally less than 1 minute and 30 seconds. I don't know why people are talking about 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't know. It's just sad, is all it is at this point. I did not. I wasn't trying to. There's one character that I really don't like, so I was intentionally avoiding using him. Which means I can't get the platinum. Lark. The mushroom spreader. I don't like running into Lark. It's the only instance in the game where it can feel unfair when you die. Everyone else, like, everything feels totally fine. Lark does edge on the unfair feeling to me. Rolling stuff. He throws like plants on the ground and he shoots like balls of spores, I guess. I don't know. Oh, something like that. War times. I don't know what they're gonna do. Does he have a machine gun? Lark? No. Lark has like a very weird... Yeah, I don't even know what to compare it to. I don't really want to get the platinum, to be honest. I'm good. I used to be really into platinums. I have like 80 something of them, but I haven't really been into them for the past like 8 years. I was really into platinums in the PS3 and Vita generation. But after that, kind of lost interest in focusing on them. Very excited for Astrobot. Looks great. Looks great.
Your free gunner in a fair fight, claim their bounty card. That's tradition.
So they don't shoot grenades, Scion. They shoot things that float. And they, like, I think they track you to some degree. Like, you don't have to aim. I don't know exactly how it works. But the answer is that you have to back away. Like, that is true. And which I do, which is what I always do. I always, like, run away. and try not to engage the fight, but obviously that's not always... Wait, she went... Yeah. Oh, I thought I saved you. Guess not.
Healing, one sec.
Oh, I don't think this is going so hot. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I fucked up. I don't think I should be doing this. Well, maybe I can get away. Go! You! I'm alive. It's a very sad day, AD. Very sad day. So messed up. The most unfair treatment I've ever seen a game get. What the hell was that? Oh, Hammer. Of course. Of course. What? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die! Yo! Oh no, not another enemy! Oh god, they're everywhere. Holy shit, I'm not dead. Dude, Itzy is so good at getting away. Hey. Oh, she actually got away. Oh, but I ended up killing her. Aha. That sucks.
Healing, one sec.
Next.
Member of the
G.
Bet they're afraid.
Too time consuming to play multiple games now, especially anything with a battle pass or subscription. Well, there is no battle pass or subscription with this game. And the like time-consuming nature of free-to-play games is one of the reason, or like live service and free-to-play games is one of the big reasons that I'm not interested in that. I don't like live service games for exactly that reason. Oh, I went the wrong order. No, it was just going to be a shop to buy skins in. That's all they were adding. It wasn't going to be a battle pass. It was just a way for them to have additional support for the game. Because obviously it was insanely expensive, which is probably a fault that you could levy at the game, of it being too expensive. But at the same time, I appreciate how expensive it is, because it you can feel it and you can see it. And usually I don't really care about that. That's not like an inherent positive, but in something like this, it does help a lot of things. It helps with the presentation. It certainly helps with the actual insane amount of balancing and like smoothness of the game. No, he's gonna kill me. Yo. Are you following me? Oh, you are. Why are you following me? Why'd you? Oh god, I'm missing so much. That was horrible.
Throwing a smoke screen.
How is the woodwork? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Looks uninteresting. I mean, if that's, I guess, if that's what you think. If I was just looking at it, I might feel similarly.
That is the kind of job people remember. We're making history.
No, I'm not touching. I'm not using lurk. I haven't used lurk once. I refuse to do it. I'm standing on principle. A mascot? Yeah, I went 9-1. That's not so bad. One minute of playtime. Is it a real game? Oh, it is. Oh, man. I think, just had my last session. Yep, it sure was. It's fantastic, isn't it? That's really sad. Um, what am I gonna do? All right, I think what I'm gonna do is, hey Thunder. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raid GWT Mori. I don't know how much longer he's going for. I need to take a break and walk the dog. And then I'll be back and I want to eat. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to combine our streams here real quick. He's great. He might be a little bit more aggressive at the chat. I don't know what's going on over there. Somebody was saying they were being more hostile in chat. I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to raid GWT Mori. He's a very cool dude. And then I'll be back on within the next hour or so. All right. I just got to go and to walk the dog and eat and stuff. So I wanted to keep streaming, but it makes more sense for me to take a break. So I'm going to do that because I'm not feeling the best. It's been a lot of talking. So let's raid Mori and that. And I'll be back in like an hour. Or I don't know exactly how long, but I will be back. So if you want to come back after, feel free. All right. I'll see you later. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for considering remotely listening to me, even if you disagree. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah. Means a lot. I'll be back in 45 minutes to an hour or so. He's just screeching. Well, let's go join Maury. He's probably screeching at people. Remember that he's coming from a good place. Me and him have very similar opinions about everything that I was saying. If he's mad right now, I mean, you know what? More power to him. He has a reason to be mad. There's a good reason to be mad at the reception to this game. So, all right.